Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker.
Good afternoon. We shall resume with today's proceedings. Good afternoon. We shall resume with today's proceedings. Question period. There are 13 and a half minutes remaining, and the last matter that we dealt with was 13 and a half minutes remaining. Member Keane, the last matter that we dealt with was with putting questions. And I think Member Keane has said that he was putting questions. His questioning. Member Keane, there were questions for disability and inclusion. As Member Tucker and Member Pearman still wishing to ask there were questions for disability and inclusion. Okay. Is Member Tucker and Member Pearman still wishing to ask those questions? Thank you very much.
I'll defer, Madam Speaker.
That brings us to... No, there were none
Speaker,
for...
I will defer as well.
Okay, thank you very much. That brings us to the paper that was done regarding Caricom, Minister Lightbourne. I had one member. That brings us to the paper that was done regarding Caricom, Minister Lightbourne. I had one member. Member, you still wishing to ask your questions? Okay, that was Minister Robinson. Lightbourne, the questions. Member, you still wishing to ask your questions? Okay.
Thank you. And
Minister
good afternoon to my
Lightbourne,
colleagues and to you.
Questions are being put to
Deputy Acting Speaker. Thank you and good afternoon.
Can the Minister specify whether the 2024 Omnibus Survey is 53% support? Can the Minister specify whether
Caricom
the
as an entity
2024 Omnibus Survey is
Bermuda to become
53%
a full member
support
of
for Caricom?
Was for Caricom as an entity or for Bermuda to become
Madam
a full
Acting
member
Speaker,
of Caricom?
and I believe I
Minister?
I do look at that. Have it here.
Thank you,
This
Madam Acting
was
Speaker.
support for Bermuda's full membership application.
Have it
so this
here.
was the Omnibus
This
Survey
was support
of
for
December
Bermuda
2024, quarter four. So yes.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Do you have a supplement?
Yes, Deputy Speaker. Given that there is a 53% registered support, can we get a bit of breakdown on the pool that was utilized in this omnibus survey?
Okay, Minister?
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. I'm happy to go back to confirm the further data points, but as would ordinarily be commissioned, the Omnibus Survey is conducted and does its own analysis in association for any of the data and invites an array of stakeholders in the community to provide questions should they wish to participate, of which we did in quarter four of 2024.
Thank you, Minister. Do you have a supplemental? A further supplemental, sorry.
Yes, Deputy Speaker, thank you.
Yes.
Given that we have moved away from the potential of a referendum, can the minister confirm whether or not this government, due to this support, will consider having a referendum anyway?
Okay, thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. I would definitely invite the quantifiable information that says that there is support for a referendum. I would say definitely there are members of the public that have engaged. There are some that have asked for a referendum, but the government has not to date seen the same be true for any of the other associations and organizations that the government has been associated with, and doesn't believe to be an appropriate use of taxpayer funds.
Thank you, Minister. Second question?
Yes, a second question. The minister did speak in the statement about a referendum being unnecessary. And I understand that we just got a previous answer, but I would like to get an outline as to why the government has arrived to that decision that a referendum is unnecessary for full membership of Caricom.
Okay, thank you. Minister.
The intention of the ministry is to collate all of the feedback that we received during the consultative phase, to include the array of invitations from the public and or questions. And in the white paper, we will return to both here in the House and to the public with our summary of all of the Caricom consultation to date and the various questions that may have been asked.
Thank you. Is there a supplemental? I recognize the member from constituency 20. Member, you have the floor. Your supplemental.
Given the minister's statement that she does not believe that a referendum would represent good value for money for the Bermudian taxpayer, is it the minister's view that a fee of over $2 million that would be likely payable to Caricom for full membership, does that represent good value for money to the Bermudian taxpayer?
Thank you. Member, Minister, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker, and the Honourable Member from Constituency 20 for his question. It is important to first anchor the response in the fact that the fee that Bermuda would be invited to pay has not yet been negotiated. And so what was included in the Green Paper was what the maximum that it could be should we have signed up to every single treaty of Chagaramas as currently listed. We've already outlined, as coupled with the figure time and time again, that is not as an indicative cost, but not the cost that we anticipate, because we already know, based on our letter of entrustment, that we cannot fully participate in all of the framework as an overseas territory. And so when invited to ask the value of being able to unlock opportunities for Bermudians that have ordinarily just been unlocked for the few, when being invited to unlock opportunities for the government to pursue trade and diversification of routes for Bermuda, when considering the diversification and expansion of education opportunities, again, that Bermuda has ordinarily not been enabled to participate in. The answer of if the government would invest time and resource into that, I do believe it to be value and good money for the resources and the opportunity that ordinarily has not been provided to Bermudians.
Okay, thank you. And before I seek whether or not others wish to ask supplemental, I'd like to recognize that in the gallery we have former member, longtime member, and former leader of the OBA, Cole Simons. Welcome, member. Yes. Okay. Do you have any further supplementals, member from 20? Any further supplementals? Yes.
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
Okay.
Given that the Progressive Labour Party was unable to secure the popular vote or 50% support in the last general election, can the minister confirm whether or not she feels that without that proper mandate, would a referendum therefore give the government a true mandate to pursue full membership of Caricom? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
I appreciate the honourable member's creativity in the presentation of the question. We remain the government. We have a mandate from the people, and based on that convincing mandate of the number of seats that we have here in the House of Assembly, we will both anchor our actions in our policies as instructed and informed by the members who have elected us. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Do I have a further supplemental? I recognize the member from constituency 2. Member?
Yes, thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. Would the minister be so kind and share if indeed she feels Bermuda and Bermudians have paid a price for not being aligned with the Caribbean for for centuries, akin to our alignment with the UK.
Thank you. Minister?
I thank the member for the question, and I think that what is true about this process and through the consultation is that we have heard about the historical ties and the historical lack of acknowledgement that for years and for generations has been ignored relating to our Caribbean brothers and sisters, name it the Bahamas, name it Turks and Caicos and other islands that Bermudian names can be found even to this day. I think when we talk about economic opportunities and opportunities to take advantage of discussions and opportunities that are being discussed around the Caricom table often, Bermuda is at the crossroads and also stands at a place where it has evolved to be able to speak to both its successes and also take part in the successes of other Caribbean countries that are just like us and have similar challenges and similar opportunities to develop.
Thank you. Are there any further supplementals? I recognize a member from constituency 7. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. I just want to know if the minister can just clarify why the decision was taken not to invite the public to weigh in, whether they actually wanted a referendum, why that wasn't done during the consultation process.
The ministry notes the history of associations that Bermuda has been a part of for years, and a referendum is not part of its history. And so we find it to be curious that only when it invited to deepen ties with our clear history and clear trade and opportunities that ordinarily has been dissuaded from the population to both acknowledge and also participate in, that the call for a referendum has been countered with it. Before the government began its Caricom journey, a 2024 omnibus survey was commissioned. Before the ministry, under my stewardship, commissioned its journey, we did another omnibus survey at the Q4 of 2025. And again, Bermudians, without knowing, seeing, and hearing, they were willing to participate and saw benefits and were able to quantify those to the ministry. And so I feel it is clearly an attempt and a consistent attempt to create what is the distraction of the opportunity that the Bermudian public saw fit to weigh into and believe and saw it beneficial for them and us as their agents and acting on their behalf to both problem solve for the country and problem solve for their challenges. We see it fit to proceed to this exploration and to deepen its ties to an organization that we've already been a part of for years and since 2003 in particular.
Thank you, Minister. Member, are there any other supplementals? There being none. Member, do you have a third question?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And my third question is, if businesses are already expanding into the Caribbean market as an associate, with associate membership, can the minister outline what further barriers will be broken down for businesses with full membership of Caricom?
Thank you. Minister.
This is a question that's already in the public domain as part of the Green Paper and successive ministerial statements. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a supplemental?
Supplemental, yes. So, okay. My supplemental is, what exactly is the barriers now that exist for businesses to operate and expand that are based in Bermuda to the Caribbean nation as an associate member of Caricom?
Okay, thank you.
I actually included in my ministerial statement the fact that a select few of businesses that we know of, I mean, just you look in the newspaper yesterday and you can see the record, today, thank you, Member, the record number of earnings for those very select few that have seen it to be beneficial, have engaged with the ministry and confirmed it to be beneficial, but unfortunately do not want to see the opportunity for a small Bermudian owner and business owner to be able to, through support from their government, be able to have access to these opportunities. So the question becomes, can the businesses that have already been beneficial in the Caribbean continue to prosper? Yes, but we are trying to unlock that for the Bermudians who have not ordinarily been given that opportunity.
Thank you, Minister.
Yes.
Supplemental.
Supplemental. Can the minister outline what is the supports that will be given to these small business owners and entrepreneurs through full membership of Caricom? And this was not in the green paper. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Minister.
The Green Paper does outline the various initiatives relating to economic support and trade diversification for small business owners specifically. It talks about the collaboration that takes place around the table to foster and encourage the uptick and advancement of small to medium-sized businesses to advance their presence in the Caribbean and their Caribbean footprint.
Supplementary?
I didn't even get the question out. Minister and member from constituency 29, you have a supplemental.
Yes, I do. Minister, do you think the Butterfield Bank have the same negative concerns as the OBA with regard to Caricom?
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
Your point of order?
The minister is impugned an improper motive. Like we do not. It's not a negative concern. It's not negative. So you can't frame it that way. You should retract that.
Thank you. All right. Any further supplementals? I recognize the member from constituency 25. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. Yeah, the minister referred to collaboration and roundtables and stuff, but what specific initiatives will be available in a tangible form to small businesses for other specific funding, specific trade agreements, et cetera? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Minister?
I would have to refer the honourable member to the green paper because it is including the funds.
Point of order, Madam Acting
order?
Speaker. I'm sure the minister is inadvertently misleading the House because I've carefully reviewed that paper and it has not outlined any specific tangible benefits that are available to small businesses in Bermuda, and I would happily retract that if she could provide that information on the floor of the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister? Just make a Minister.
Page 32 and 33. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
That ends question period. Okay, so members moving on. That now brings us to congratulatory and/or obituary statements. Are there any members who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 23, I think it is. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Acting Speaker. I bring condolences for the family of Claire Brown, who is currently getting a funeral today. She was lost tragically on Bermuda's roads and was a family friend and a member of the Equestrian Society in Bermuda. I wish her family and friends, or pray for her family and friends, as they memorialize her today. Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker.
Thank you, member. Are there any other persons who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 28, member and junior minister. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First, I'd like to give condolences to the family of one of my constituents, Ms. Inez Louise Lavu of 10 Cedar and Spice Lane, Associate and Minister Weeks. Also, I'd like to give condolences to the family of Mr. Stanley Wade from Somerset, Associate MP Swan and MP Deal. If you're a person from Somerset, you know Stanley always up and down the community. So it was a shock to hear of his passing, and it would be again a loss of him in our Somerset community. And then also to Miss Annette Dickinson, also of Somerset. While I didn't know her personally, I knew her children. And when I found out that she had passed and found that those were her children, I was, again, shocked and surprised. So I'd like to send condolences to the family of Miss Annette Dickinson. Associate MP Deal. On a lighter note, Madam Deputy Speaker, last week we had our Bermuda Day holiday, and I'd like to send congratulations to all the participants in the bike race, associate the Minister for Sport, associate the whole house. All the participants in the Sinclair Packwood cycle race, the Junior Heritage Classic race, and the full Bermuda Day Marathon. To all the participants, congratulations. And then to the winners, again, huge congratulations for the effort, for the result of the effort that you put in. Short story, Madam Speaker. I at one point chose to, many years ago, about 20 years ago, decided I was going to run 24th of May. I was going to do it unofficially, so I woke up that morning, put on my running shoes, ran down the bottom of my heel and said, that's enough, turned around and went right back home. So I give credit to those that run that 12 or 11 and a half mile race, because I only made it about 200 meters. But the last, Mr. Acting Speaker, I'd like to send congratulations, I associate the Hill House, to Ms. Kenny Thompson, who recently announced her retirement from football at the young age of 25. So it is Anderson I hear, but it is a shock at that young age. But when you read her reasons, I understand. Even myself as a sportsman, sometimes we have to do things that others might not think, is the best, but we have to do it for ourselves. But I will just say that she has made herself available to represent the women's national team next week in those 2 home games. And so we wish her a final farewell, and hopefully the Bermuda women's team can win both those games as a farewell for her in her retirement. Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker.
Thank you. Any other persons who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 12. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I was almost going to point of order to the Honorable Dennis Lister. He forgot to congratulate his wife. They just had a baby. Anytime we can have someone adding to the gene pool of Bermuda, we want to say thank you. We need more babies. And I also did call the speaker as well. He was on his way to the hospital to see, of course, his new grandchild. It is his first grandchild. And I believe we were talking earlier and you said it is the first on your wife's side as well, grandchild. So I just want to congratulate the honorable member for making it happen. I don't know the baby's name. 4th. Oh my goodness! There you go. Excellent. And I would encourage him to have plenty more. As you know, we need more babies in Bermuda. Thank you, Ms. Acting Speaker.
Thank you, member. Are there any other persons who wish to speak? I recognize a member from constituency 14, I believe it is.
Wow. Constituency 15, Pembroke East.
Sorry.
Madam, roughing me right up. Madam Acting Speaker, thank you.
Minister Lightbourne, sorry, I do apologize.
Good morning, Madam Acting Speaker. I'm going to start on a somber note and then work my way up to congratulations. So I rise this morning to send unfortunate condolences, to the family of a young man who unfortunately lost his life on the roads in a very tragic circumstance. I'd like to associate the Minister of National Security with this. Mr. Laquan Thomas, Madam Acting Speaker. Mr. Thomas was a constituent of mine. And his mom, as well as a few of his siblings in the Mission Lane area. Laquan was a young man full of life and was working in the hospitality industry at the time of his unfortunate passing. I did have the opportunity to go and meet with his mother, Ms. Chantal Thomas, like I said, a few of his siblings, as well as his father, Mr. Matthew White, which some of you may know as Chewy. So I'd like to start and send condolences there, Madam Acting Speaker. And wanna rising up to a more positive note, I'd like to send congratulations to one of my constituents. Many of her know her as an umpire. She's also a young lawyer in our community, Miss Precious Smith. And I'd like to associate members of the House to that. Ms. Precious Smith has been appointed as one of the first female umpires to a prestigious umpires panel. And I want to wish her well. You would recall that Ms. Precious Smith was the umpire last year at the Eastern Counties Cricket series, and you know who the champions end up being there, Madam Acting Speaker. Yes, the Cleveland County Cricket Club. So I want to continue to highlight her and her efforts. Those of you that are into the sport of cricket will see Precious Smith every weekend umpiring in the middle of our cricket games, and we hope that one day she will become the first female umpire, I believe, of our Cup Match Classic. So I would like to congratulate her. Also, Madam Speaker, I did say I wanted to be associated, but I did want to get on my feet and put it on the record of Ms. Kenny Thompson. As she did say in her article, she has spent a lot of her years outside of Bermuda. So it's good to hear that, you know, she's going to follow her passions, whatever they may be. And we do have the opportunity to see her play one more time, at the very least, next week, Thursday and Sunday at the National Stadium when the women's team takes on Belize. So congratulations to her to a very successful career. And I'll speak more about the success of Bermuda Day at another time. Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any other members who wish to speak? I recognize a member from constituency 25. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker.
Yes.
I bring good tidings today. First of all, there were 230 adult learners who received various certificates and acknowledgments of their progress at the Bermuda College. And as someone myself who's probably spent too much time in the educational system, I want to congratulate all of them. And there's certainly elementary school and others. I want to congratulate and wish them all the best in their future endeavors. I want to send a belated happy birthday to Ursula Tyrrell, who turned 95 earlier this week. And I associate Member Tucker, Member Tyrrell. I associate the whole House, Madam Acting Speaker. I want to congratulate my constituent Jessica Lewis. Some of you may know of her athletic endeavors. She's got a personal best and a gold medal at the World Paralympics Grand Prix in the 100 meter, only 2 100ths short of the world record. So I think that's we associate the whole House. And finally, I would like to congratulate Warwick Workman for the victory in the T20 Cricket First Division. So a lot of things to celebrate today. Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Are there any other persons who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 4. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. I do want to take the opportunity to send my condolences to the family of Miss Janice Wright. Her children, Dervin, Derek, and Lisa. Ms. Wright was a prominent associate, the whole House, the Premier of the whole House, in regards to Mrs. Janice Wright. Ms. Wright hailed from Chapel of Ease Lane, and she will be sorely missed. Particularly, I always run into Mrs. Wright at our social senior event. She's a social butterfly. She was a social butterfly. Also immaculate with her dress. As she was a seamstress as well. And so big condolences to the family who will, I'm sure, miss the presence of Mrs. Wright. I also want to send condolences to the family of Miss Layla Chavis. Miss Chavis did reside at Summer Haven. However, she is a St. Georgian. Also associating Member Robin Tucker, constituent of 7, sending condolences to her family, her children, Maurice, Marlon, and Michelle who Mrs. Chavis passed suddenly, and again will be sorely missed by the family of Summer Haven, as well as all of those who loved and cared for her. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I do want to acknowledge. I do want to acknowledge. Don't get up yet. I do want to acknowledge all of the students who participated in the Spring into the Arts, all of the educators, visual art, performing arts, persons, creative art spaces who come to the stage, and there's representation from the East, the West, and the Central Zone schools. And the children, I don't know if you had the opportunity to go in and watch the performances. They definitely were amazing. I know what it's like to get on a stage, and it can be stage fright, but our students are amazing, and every year we get to see their amazing talent. So I want to say a big shout out to all of the students, all of the educators, teachers who helped bring Spring into the Arts back to us every year. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister. Are there any other who wish to speak? I recognize the minister from constituency 16. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker, and good afternoon to you. I would like to start off my remarks by wanting to be associated with the remarks of Ms. Ines Louise Lovell. I didn't know her personally, but she is actually the mother of the Chief Fire Officer, Mr. Dana Lovell. So on behalf of my ministry and the Bermuda Fire Service, our hearts and condolences go out to him and his family at this time. On a more upbeat note, Madam Speaker, I would like to congratulate Wilmot Trucking Service, and I read some. I raised it because anytime one of us as an MP needs any assistance, him and his team are Johnny on the spot, and they come on time, they do what they got to do, and they go over and beyond. So I just want to take this time to tell him publicly thank you for him and his team supporting C16 on our last seniors tea. Hats off, and I'll see you next year, good brother, you and your team.
You.
And before I take my seat, I want to also be associated with the remarks for Miss Precious Smith, one of my cousins, and I've seen her come from being a football star to going to university, graduating top of her class, and she's come back now. She's umpiring, and knowing her personality, you know, she's not going to quit till she goes to the top of her craft. So hats off to her. So that's it for me today, Madam Acting Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any other members? Oh, I recognize the member from constituency 33. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to join in the condolences for Brother Stanley Wade from the Sands community and from my family, the Wade family, my cousins. Those who knew Stanley knew him for two things, many things, but two things in particular if you didn't know him that well. His camera, taking pictures at all the different PLP events, and the brother loved to talk. Love to talk. Oh, my goodness. And, you know, when you have somebody around who loves to talk, during the last election, he was at the Sands PLP headquarters in crunch time. And we said, look, my team, my chairman who runs the Sands campaign, instructed him to go talk somewhere else because you were distracted us from the business at hand. But he was a staunch follower and supporter of the PLP, and we will miss the chance to talk to him and hear his voice again. And from my family to my cousins and to the rest of the community, I give my deepest condolences. While on my feet, I'd also like to extend my condolences to Brother Edward Eve, a constituent of mine with a long family connection through his sister, my Aunt Gloria. And, you know, he was a character. I'll just leave it at that. But I join with his family in mourning his loss. On a positive note, I'd like to extend congratulations to my former classmate, Isan Fredericks, who's been appointed as the new resort manager at Rosewood. And I am continuing to be proud of this young man. All members, I'm sure, would like to be associated, congratulating this. Bermudians in the tourism industry succeeding and heading towards leadership position is important. And I think that he has been an example in the industry for many years. And I think that he will continue to do well and continue to impress. While on my feet, I also would like to extend congratulations to a former member of this chamber and a former premier, the Honorable Ewart F. Brown, who celebrated his birthday earlier this month. Yeah. And I wish him continued years of health, happiness, joy, and all the rest. While on my feet, I'd also like to extend congratulations and join on to the remarks made by the Honorable Member Dennis Lister Jr. about the participants in the Bermuda Day and to the organizers and everyone involved. I think this year, and you could probably tell by the lack of negative posts on Facebook, I think this year was probably the best. And I commend them for the work they've done and everybody who participated to make it happen. And before I end, I would like to extend a happy birthday greeting, a happy belated birthday greeting to another former member of this House, the former MP for Sands North, the Honorable Lionel Simmons, my father. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any other persons who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 26, the whip, government whip.
Good
Member, you have the
afternoon,
floor.
Acting Speaker. Thank you, and afternoon to colleagues. Madam Acting Speaker, I'm going to continue on with my line of congratulating our youth in Bermuda who are doing good things. And I know I was sort of ran out of time the last time I was here, but I will continue with this one. Anais Godfrey, I want to send congratulations to him. He's the son of Alaire and Andre Godfrey. He actually graduated with a BA in music technology. Now, he's so multi-talented that he's now going to go on to be to flight school to be a commercial pilot. So I certainly wish him all the best and congratulations. Secondly, I would like to send congratulations to the daughter of Craig and Simonette Tyrrell. Now, let me declare my interest because she is actually the lovely granddaughter of both Sheila and Neville Tyrrell. She graduated, Cameron graduated from Barry University with a BA in arts in TV and digital media, summa cum laude. So I certainly want to wish her all the best, and I associate her cousin, Minister Weeks, as well. Finally, Honorable Robin Tucker. And finally, I certainly would not be able to leave the House today if I don't say this one. I want to wish the very best to my mother-in-law, Valeria Butterfield, who turns 97 on Saturday. And I do wish her all the best. And again, I'm going to associate her nephew, Minister Weeks, who probably forgot, and so I hope he doesn't forget on the weekend to go by and say happy birthday to her. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other members who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 2. Member, you have the floor.
Yes, I'd like to be associated with the congratulations going to Ms. Butterfield, and I'll save that story for Minister Weeks to tell another time. And but I would like condolences to be sent to the Leader family, Mr. Earl Leader. If it hasn't already been done, I'll associate the Honorable Member Neville Tyrrell, his regular golfing buddy, on a Monday. May he rest in peace, and for all his contributions in sport and in music. I had the honor to attend an event celebrating the life of Ruth Thomas, and that story is one everybody needs to be told time and time again, how this lady is the lady of culture in our society, but her story is one of amazing grace, and I give thanks for being in her presence and for her still being here to share her stories with us. I'd like to be associated with the congratulations going to Mr. Eason Frederick for his ascension in the hospitality industry, and the minister responsible for tourism would like to be associated as well. And I'm sure the minister will associate himself with the congratulations to Ms. Carly Lodge, the Director of Culture, for a successful Bermuda Day, in which she presided over as director for the very first time, but as one who participated in the parade, seeing it from that angle, it was a very well attended, and especially I say this, I gave congratulations last week to the contribution to culture made by the Freemasons in the peppercorn ceremony, how tradition has evolved and become more colorful, breaking old barriers and embracing. I've seen that in the Gumbes, where you have these troops with all these different vibrant colors and special pride in being different, a little bit different from the next. I think it's just a great example of the growth of our mosaic of Bermuda, and I just want to celebrate that as well. And also, Mr. Tyler Smith, I think as a professional athlete, just showed you his quality as a professional athlete. He took it to him on a tough, hot, humid day, and he did absolutely well. And my cousin Kenny Thompson, not too dissimilar for many of great female athletes, have retired young. Lorena Ochoa, the world number one golfer, taught by my good friend who I grew up playing golf with in Europe, retired at 28 as world number one. So it's not uncommon for women to have to retire when men go on and do it much longer.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 30.
Yes, thank
Member,
you.
you have the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to associate myself with the condolences of Mrs. Wright. Though I was not privileged enough to meet her, her son Dervin and his wife Belinda are constituents of mine, and Belinda being my former boss, I had a lot of time to speak with Dervin and her and to form a great relationship with them, and so I really am. I associate a member. Well, I'll associate your house again, but I think Minister Tanay, she associated all of us the first time. But it would be remiss of me not to rise on my feet to give condolences to one of my constituents who has always had a warm word and a listening ear for me. And so I just want to send this to the family. And obviously, it's not many words you can say for a loss of a parent, but I just wish them strength and endurance during this tough time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 14 and Minister. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. I rise initially on a somber note to offer tribute and condolences to the family of Mr. Raymond Beach, specifically Karen Beach, who is my constituent from C14, also associating my colleagues, MP Weeks, Minister De Silva, Minister Weeks, Minister De Silva, and Minister Urban as well, recognizing both his impact for the community, the sudden death, having died in his 64th year, but I do want to offer tribute to his children, Reba, Raymond, and Jamori, also on that loss. Additionally, I wanted to stand and belatedly offer congratulations to Ms. Tawana Lee, who participated in the Bermuda Day Parade, also a constituent of mine as a Grand Marshal, who not only was recognized for her role in PHC and keeping it alive at a time when majorettes were dying out, and it was often a struggle to have them as part of the parade. And I think this year's parade is not only a testament to the effort and investment that the government has done, but I'm thankful that Tawana had the opportunity to be celebrated for her role, even in a small part, having been a part of the parade as a Grand Marshal, then going back and also then participating in the same parade as a majorette. And so I do want to celebrate her today. Additionally, I want to offer congratulations in the 81st anniversary of Devonshire Rec. Members of the public should also know that this evening they are having their second annual fair from 5 to 10 on the field, and I do encourage members of the public to support them, noting how integral they are to our community, and also the consistent efforts that they are making to ensure that the community is engaged. And so I do want to both celebrate them on their anniversary and on their work in the community. And finally, I wish to offer recognition for Ms. Kazra Bashir Baker, and I hope I announced her name correctly. She was here today, Madam Acting Speaker, in the gallery. She is an M2 SAN student who is here on her day release and work shadow to have a feel and flavor of what it is like in Parliament. And so I want to both acknowledge her, and I do invite other members of this House to also acknowledge her in the usual way. Thank you.
Thank you. And welcome, Ms. Bashir Baker. Welcome, Ms. Bashir Baker. Are there any other members who wish to speak? Yes, I recognize the Premier and member from constituency 18.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Speaker. Madam Acting Speaker, though, the Honourable Minister from constituency number 4 and the Honourable Member for constituency number 30 associated the entire House with these remarks. I do wish to just rise to put on the record the condolences being expressed to the family of the late Ms. Janice Cynthia Wright. Without question, as Minister Tanay had said, you can find her at all seniors events, and she was even supposed to be in the parade on Bermuda Day as representing your side of the island, the east end of the island. And unfortunately, it passed away. And the thing is that, Madam Acting Speaker, it was only 2 weeks prior to her passing that I had seen her at her brother-in-law's funeral, who was a constituent of mine, Mr. Rudolph Lawrence, who we had mentioned a couple weeks ago. And so I was there at the event, saw her. My mom used to do her hair. She said, "How's your mom doing?" I took a picture, all the rest, which I typically do, sent and share with her. She was such a wonderful lady, bright, smiling all the time, completely energetic, and certainly demonstrating that, you're only as old as you feel, because even up to her 88th year, she was sprightly, always going around, always immaculately put together, and everything else. So I just wanted to make sure that I could record my condolences on the record. There is another condolence I wish to record, but I'm going to wait until that is announced publicly, and we'll do it the next time we're sitting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other persons who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 36. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to stand today to, first of all, offer condolences to the family of Seth Jean Taylor. He is the son of David Taylor and Lorna Jean. And I just want to express what a fine young gentleman he was, and certainly to express to the family my sincere sadness at hearing of his passing, and certainly the legacy that he leaves behind, even in his short lifetime, will be one that will be continued for many years. I'd also like to take the opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the Community Restoration Group, who a few weeks ago completed a project that brought together countless individuals within the Sands community and in constituency 36 in particular, in the revitalization, the cleanup and revitalization of the Mangrove Bay area and the introduction of mangrove nights in that area. Our community was immensely elated by this initiative, because Mangrove Bay has long been a place where families could come and go and swim and whatnot and gather. And in recent years, it had gotten into a pretty neglected state. And along with the Department of Works and Engineering and other individuals, in particular Mr. Bromby, we were able to see that area cleaned up and revitalized, and in particular, the introduction of the mangrove nights, because one of the pain points in our constituency has been the Somerset Village, and several of the store owners had expressed how really disappointed it is that each day they have to see so many buses going through going past their stores and never stopping. So this was actually a way that we could see people would stop, people would be there and begin to see the Somerset Village revitalized. So we want to thank the Community Restoration Group and all those that were a part of that initiative, and we wish it much success as it goes forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, member. Are there any other persons who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 13. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to send a congratulations to the Loyal Hill community on the holding of their annual Bermuda Day celebration that takes place the Sunday before Bermuda Day. It's an event that started during the COVID time when Bermuda Day wasn't held, and they've come together, and it's grown every single year. Special congratulations to the annual go-kart race, although this year there was only one go-kart that made it to the bottom of the hill, but it has been renamed upon the passing of Marvin Duke Woolridge, who was a fantastic participant in this and always built the best go-karts and always prided himself in racing up and down that hill. But Madam Speaker, anyone who did attend the event was sure to be treated to a prelude of what was to come for Bermuda Day, with the majorettes and with the various bands and various people showing up, as well as the crowning of Mr. and Mrs. Loyal Hill. And this year, something a little special, they had like Junior Miss Loyal Hill and Junior Mr. Loyal Hill. Definitely just congratulations to the organizers who continue to exceed the expectations of that close-knit community as they put together these various events throughout the year. But certainly the Bermuda Day event is turning out to be one of the events that is a must-see for anyone who really loves the culture of Bermuda and what it is that we celebrate to being Bermudian. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any other members who wish to speak? There being none, I just want to associate myself with the remarks regarding Spring into the Arts, a spectacular event and a spectacular showcase of talent with our young people from the Eastern School Zone. And they certainly acquitted themselves extremely well, and it gives much hope for the future in terms of the type of individuals we can look forward to becoming leaders in some shape or form one day. I would like to be associated with the remarks regarding Mrs. Wright, and who was a former constituent of mine before the boundary changes, and her son Derek in particular is I consider him a friend, and she will be a great loss in their family. And I would like to express condolences for the family of Miss Lena Smith, who is or was a constituent of mine. Express condolences to her husband, David. Some of you may not know, she was the grandmother of the woman who clearly made history when she had quintuplets. And so even though only 4 remained of those babies, Robin Smith's mother, Lena Smith, did pass away. I was just trying to give some context if people didn't know who she was. She was the grandmother of those 5 quintuplets. So with that said, we shall now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is matter of privilege. And there have been no matters of privilege brought to our attention. We move to personal explanations. There are none. Notice of motion for the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance. There have been none. Introduction of bills, and that will move us to, I think, number one. I think the first one has been removed, the pension. It's not. It's. Oh, okay. Premier.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting. Thank you very much, Madam Acting Speaker. I'm introducing the following bills for their first readings to be placed on the order paper for the next state meeting: the Pension Increase Amendment Act 2026, the Payroll Tax Amendment Number 2 Act 2026, and the Retail Shops Temporary Customs Duty Relief for Capital Investments Amendment Act 2026.
Thank you for those bills, Premier. That takes us to the next one, which comes under the Minister of Economy and Labor. Minister.
Madam Acting Speaker, I am introducing the following bill for its first reading so that it may be placed on the order paper for the next day of meeting. The Bermuda Immigration and Protection Amendment Act 2026.
Thank you, Minister. And that brings us to the final bill to be tabled, and that comes under the Minister of Home Affairs. Minister.
Madam Acting Speaker, I'm introducing the following bill for its first reading so that it may be placed on the order paper for the next day of meeting, the Electricity Amendment Act 2026.
Thank you. And that brings us to opposition bills. There is one, and that comes under the member from constituency 23, Member Richardson.
Madam Acting Speaker, per the provisions of Standing Order 28-1, I move for leave to introduce and read a bill for the first time by its title only. Madam Acting Speaker, I'm introducing the following bill for its first reading so that it may be placed on the order paper for the next day of meeting. The Premier, Ministers, and Opposition Leader Personal Staffs and Parliamentary Election Amendment Act 2026.
Thank you, Member. That moves us on to private members' bills. There are none. And now we move to notices of motion. I call on Minister Adams. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. Madam Acting Speaker, this serves a formal notice that I intend to move the following motion at the next available opportunity. Be it resolved in accordance with Section 21A of the Acquisition of Land Act 1970 that this Honorable House approve the purchase of the Compass Point Building together with all land appurtenant thereto situate at 9 Bermudiana Road, Pembroke.
Thank you, Minister. We are now shifting to orders of the day. I understand that there are two items for consideration. Yeah, there are still two. Yeah, yes, okay. All right, Minister. Yeah. Okay. You need to, okay. Okay, and the three, okay.
Madam Acting Speaker, I move that the bill entitled the Public Service Superannuation Amendment Act 2026 be now read for the second time.
It has been moved that the bill entitled the Public Service Superannuation Amendment Act 2026 be read for a second time. Are there any objections? There are none. Continue.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. Madam Acting Speaker, on the 12th of September 2025, the Public Service Superannuation PSSF Stabilization Amendment Act 2025 was approved in this Honorable House. That act came into operation on the 1st of October 2025, and that act fulfilled a long-term commitment of the government to bring forward reforms to ensure the sustainability of the Public Service Superannuation Fund. The reforms would be phased in and reflect several policy and legislative changes to the act. Madam Acting Speaker, to ensure that act properly reflects the policy intent of the 2025 PSS reforms and preserves those provisions of the Public Service Superannuation Act 1981 being the principal act that were not intended to be changed by the approved reforms, I bring this Honorable House additional proposed amendments to the Public Service Superannuation PSSF Stabilization Amendment Act 2025. The proposed amendments are intended to align the legislation with the approved policy intent, improve clarity, and remove inconsistencies within the principal act. So this is, of course, just a technical housekeeping act, Madam Acting Speaker. There are no change whatsoever insofar as the policy and the matters that were agreed with the unions prior to us advancing these PSSF reforms that we advanced in 2025. Madam Acting Speaker, following further analysis of the Act and with the advice of our legal and technical and actuarial teams, the recommendation was to amend the Act to address the following areas. Contributions to be deducted from salary, and this amendment preserves the original policy intent that a person should only join the fund where there is sufficient time before compulsory retirement to accrue meaningful pension benefits. Circumstances entitling contributors to payments. This amendment is intended to preserve the approved retirement framework for both special group and non-special group contributors, while clarifying when reduced and unreduced pensions may be taken. Reduced pension payments upon early retirement. This amendment is intended to maintain internal consistency with the Act. Age of compulsory retirement and deferred pensions. This amendment is intended to ensure the compulsory retirement provisions and deferred pensions remain consistent with the revised retirement and pension provisions of the Revised Act. And then service qualifying for pension. This amendment is intended to preserve the added service benefit of up to 5 additional years of service for lower-ranking officers in the special group, notwithstanding the phase increase in retirement age. Madam Acting Speaker, as I indicated in my budget speech delivered to this Honorable House on the 20th of February 2026, this government has delivered on its promise to reform the PSSF and began the road to stabilizing the fund and put the pension plan on a stronger footing for the longer term. And it's important to note, Madam Acting Speaker, that the reason why it is important that we did that, not just for matters related to retirees to have their pension, but it's also to deal, or future retirees, their pension be there, but it also created the room for us to increase retirees' pensions as well, noting that those pension increases have been frozen since 2014, and earlier today I did table a bill to increase public sector retirees' pensions by 10%. There's been a lot of questions that have come from this, a lot of questions from honorable members, and so I just want to take some time, although it's not specifically this bill, just to clarify this matter, which would be the bill. I'm not anticipating debate. Thank you. I'm not anticipating debate. I think what is important to note is that this is talking about what happened on this. The honorable member, but you've already ruled, so let me go forward. Madam Acting Speaker, it is important to note that the public sector retirees will get an increase of 10% on their pensions. That increase is effective April 1st. However, as we're just tabling the bill and the matters will go through, and because we have to deal with all the other increases in public sector pay, that those matters will be paid in October, but they will be backdated to April. So I think it's just important at this point in time to note, while we're discussing matters related to the public sector pension funds, that the changes that we made allowed us the space to be able to increase public sector pensions for retirees without compromising the long-term effects of the fund. And that's why it's important for these changes to come into place, because it has allowed us, as stated in the budget statement, to be able to increase public sector retiree pensions by 10%. So as I close, Madam Acting Speaker.
The Premier continues to anticipate debate on items on the order paper for next session.
Thank you, Member. I'm not sure whether or not he is actually anticipating a debate as opposed to just mentioning. Yeah.
Can I proceed? It's like the member almost wants to, be renamed to Mr. Point of Order. It's all the time. But anyhow, as I close, Madam Acting Speaker, these proposed amendments will ensure we get it right for both current and future public officers' retirement plans. As it has been, this government has pressed forward on these changes, challenges notwithstanding, have brought stability to our public sector pension fund. Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any other members who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 25. Member, yes. You do have the floor.
Thank you, yes. Madam Acting President. Madam Acting Speaker. This is my old seat.
Yes, and just so for the House's knowledge, because his mic is not working, I've allowed him to sit there so that he can speak without having to lean in front of the member who actually does sit there.
And I'm grateful for your indulgence, Madam Acting Speaker. Clearly, the One Bermuda Alliance, when these reforms were originally presented, certainly supported them. As you know, Madam Acting Speaker, it has been very important to us for a long time, and we had called for a very, very long time that these reforms be made. And as such, we certainly do support the technical amendments in this bill to ensure that everything is carried out properly and all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, and therefore we have no concerns with this bill. Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any other members who wish to speak to this Amendment Act? There being none, I call on the respective Minister and Premier.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Speaker. I move that the bill be now committed.
It has been moved that the bill be committed. Are there any objections? There are none. So I call on Member Smith to come and take the seat. Okay.
Honorable members, we are now in Committee of the Whole for further consideration of the bill entitled Public Service Superannuation Amendment Act 2026. I call on the minister in charge to proceed. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Madam Chair, I would like to move all the clauses.
The minister has made a motion that all the clauses be moved. Are there any objections? If there are no objections, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Clause 1 is self-explanatory. Clause 2, just for ease of reference, I'm reading the explanatory memorandum so we can all follow along. Clause 2 repeals and replaces subsections 3 and 3A of Section 12, contributions to be deducted from salary, as follows. Subsection 3 applies to teachers whose first employment with the government commences upon having attained the age of 60 years or 61 or 62 years, as the case may be, in order for such pensions to elect to contribute to the fund and receive any benefit from the fund. The period between their first employment and the age of compulsory retirement must be at least 8 years. Subsection 3A applies to all other persons employed by the government except police officers, fire officers, prison officers, and members of staff of the Bermuda Regiment whose first employment with the government commences upon having attained the age of 60 years or 61 or 62 years, as the case may be. Similar to subsection 3, in order for such persons to elect to contribute to the fund and receive any benefit from the fund, the period between their first employment and the age of compulsory retirement must be at least 8 years. Clause 3 amends subsection 1A and B of the proviso to section 19, circumstance entitling the contributor to payment by retaining the age of retirement at the age first stated in section 19(1)A and B of the Principal Act. With respect to police officers below the rank of superintendent and fire officers below the rank of divisional officer, such officers maintain the ability to retire at the earlier of the age they complete 25 years of service and the mandatory retirement age. With respect to prison officers below the rank of deputy commissioner, such officers maintain the ability to retire at the earlier of the age they complete 21 years of service and the mandatory retirement age. The proviso is amended to allow those officers to retire based on completing 25 years of service or 21 years of service in subparagraphs B to F of paragraphs 1, 2, and 3 to elect to receive reduced pension payments beginning at the age of 50 years. Clause 3 also repeals and replaces Section 1D of Section 19 by reverting to the former wording to allow contributors to whom that paragraph applies to retire at the age of 60 years. Clause 4 amends Section 19A, reduce pension payments upon early retirement as a result of the numbering amendments made in this bill to paragraph 4 of the proviso to Section 19(1) of the Principal Act. Clause 5 amends subsections 1, 2, and 4 of Section 22, Age of Compulsory Retirement. As a result of the amendments made to Section 19(1)A and B, the words first occurring in subsection 1 of Section 22 are no longer required. The amendment to subsection 2 extends the period of compulsory retirement in respect of current contributors to whom that provision applies to the year 2033. Subsection 4 is amended to provide for a pension not to be deferred if a contributor is required to retire by the governor under Section 22. Clause 6 amends Section 24A, special provision for certain contributors as a result of the numbering amendments made in this bill to paragraph 4 of the proviso to Section 19(1) of the Principal Act. Clause 7 amends paragraph A of Section 33, rate of pension, by removing the word average, as the rate relating to contributors to whom that paragraph applies will be based on the contributor's salary immediately preceding the date of retirement. Clause 8 repeals and replaces the proviso to Section 34, service or qualifying pension, by retaining the added service benefit with respect to police officers below the rank of superintendent, fire officers below the rank of divisional officers, prison officers below the rank of deputy commissioner, and members of staff of the Bermuda Regiment based on ages referenced in Section 19(1)D and paragraph 4B, C, D, E, or F of the proviso to Section 19(1).
It has been moved that clauses 1 through 9 be approved. Are there any objections to that motion? Excuse me? Anybody wish to speak on the motion? No. Okay. Any objections? Agreed to.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that clause then 1 through 9 be approved.
It has been moved that clauses 1 through 9 be approved. Are there any objections? Approved. Minister?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just for the correct record, it's clause 1 through 8. I added a mystery clause.
Okay, but I did hear 9, didn't I?
No, I said 9. I said it incorrectly, so I just wanted to correct the record. That was not your fault. That was 100% my fault.
Thank you. I thought I heard
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move that the preamble be approved.
It has been moved that the preamble be approved. Anyone like to speak on that motion? If not, is there any objection to that motion? If there's no objection, the motion is moved.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Anyone like to speak to that? If not, are there any objections? If there are no objections to that motion, then it is agreed the bill will be reported to the House as printed.
Right. Members, it has been agreed that the bill entitled Public Service Superannuation Amendment Act 2026 be reported to the House as printed. Any objections to that? There are none, so that finishes item 1 on the order paper. We now move to the consideration of the supplementary estimate number 2 for the financial year 2023-2024. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Speaker. Madam Acting Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 43.4 and 43.5, I move that supplementary estimate number 2 for financial year 2022-23 be approved and the House resolve itself into Committee of Supply.
It has been moved that the House resolve itself into Committee of Supply. Are there any objections to that? There are none, so moved. I call on the member from constituency 22.
Thank you, members. We are now in the Committee of Supply to consider, we're going to do one at a time, Minister, one at a time? Yes. To consider the supplementary estimate number 2 for financial year 2023-2024. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This schedule identifies 5 items totaling $16,701,803 to be included in supplementary estimate number 2 for fiscal year 2023-24, made up of $16,241,638 on current account and $460,165 on capital account. Honorable members will note in respect to the total supplementary estimate for this year of the aforementioned $16,701,803 are all technical supplementaries. A technical supplementary indicates that the requirement for additional funding can be met and was met within the originally appropriated estimates. However, they cannot be transferred since they are appropriated within another ministry or capital account. Following the completion of the 2023-24 financial statements on December 24, 2024, the total final current account spending for 2023-24 was $977.5 million, which was $4.9 million more than the original estimate of $972.6 million. Interest and guarantee management costs were $131.5 million, $1.1 million in the original estimate of $130.4 million. Total revenues in that year were $1.177 billion, or
$21.18 million higher than the original budget of $1.16 billion. Based upon the above factors, the budget deficits for the fiscal year 2023, make sure I get this right. Got it. The budget deficit for fiscal year 2023-24 was $29.5 million, $14 million less than the original estimate of $43.5 million. This is the third consecutive fiscal year where the fiscal deficit was less than originally forecast. Supplementary estimates number 2 for fiscal year 2023-24 is directly related to additional expenditures associated with the Ministry of Public Works, stock adjustment for transition to Artemis A building at the quarry and higher inventory usage, higher insurance premiums due to transition of a multi-year agreement, and quarry transport products recharged in capital lease liabilities. The Ministry of National Security, GHI claims for police officers on budget credit card commissions within Customs, and additional overtime required within the Department of Corrections, Fire Services due to staff shortages. Also, total capital account spending for fiscal year 2023-24 was $97.1 million, or $1.1 million below the original budget of $96 million. On the capital account, the total of $460,000 additional capital expenditures relate to ferry bow loading, relocation, major building upgrade projects, and water and sewage capital maintenance at the Tynes Bay Waste Energy Facility. In respect of capital expenditures, savings from existing capital projects have been identified. However, technical supplementary is required to increase each overspent total authorized figure in 2023-24. Honorable members will recall the criteria for determining debatable supplementary estimates require that all items on the current account be debated. If the total current account spend of a ministry shows an increase of greater than 10% or $250,000 when compared to the original estimate, all capital items are debatable. Applying the criteria I've just described, all items on the current account and capital account are debatable. I would therefore move approval of the following items: current account 1 through 2, all debatable; capital account 3 through 5, all debatable.
Thank you, Premier. I call on the Honourable Minister in charge, and that would be that item number 1, head number 36, which would be the Ministry of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair.
Minister, while you're on your feet, forgive me for asking you this question, but I believe I'd heard the Premier to say that item 1 would be debatable, but it is debatable. Thank you. Great. I have clarification. It is debatable. Okay, understood. Minister, it has been confirmed that this item and the 3 heads that fall under this item, all of which are in your ministry, are in fact debatable, and therefore you have the floor in relation to supplementary 1, heads 36. And it now be taken under consideration.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that item number 1, heads 36, 81, and 82 be now taken under consideration.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. It has been moved that item 1, heads 36, 81, and 82 are now taken under consideration. Is there any objection to that motion? There being none, item 1, heads 36, 81, and 82 will now be taken under consideration. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as detailed in supplementary estimate number 2, for the financial year 23-24, the Ministry of Public Works and Environment seeks approval for supplementary provisions under current expenditure totaling $8,668,876 and under capital expenditure totaling $460,165. Mr. Chair, for clarity, I will address each department in turn, outlining first the current expenditure adjustments, followed by capital expenditure adjustments. Mr. Chair, I begin with the ministry headquarters, head 36. Under the current expenditure, 2 adjustments are required, both relating to inventory. During the 23-24 financial year, the ministry's stores section, which is responsible for inventory management, relocated to a new facility at the government quarry. As part of this transition, a full reconciliation of inventory was undertaken. This resulted in a one-time adjustment to account for the disposal of obsolete stock and to correct historical inventory records totaling $630,000. Additionally, inventory usage during this fiscal year, exceeded initial projections, reflecting higher operational activity across the ministry. This resulted in a further $400,000 in stock consumption. Mr. Chair, there are no capital supplements required under this head. Mr. Chair, I now turn to Head 81, the Department of Public Lands and Buildings. Under current expenditure, a supplementary provision of $1.2 million is required due to higher than expected insurance premiums. As honorable members are aware, the department is responsible for maintaining over 800 government properties, the majority of which are insured and is therefore directly impacted by changes in insurance costs. Mr. Chair, there are two capital supplementals required for this department. The first, in the amount of $7,381, relates to the relocation of the Department of Marine and Ports ferry maintenance facility. Honorable members may be aware that this project was managed by the Department of Public Lands and Buildings and involved consolidating Marine and Ports ferry maintenance operations from multiple locations in Dockyard and Hamilton into a single centralized facility in Dockyard. This adjustment reflects an administrative oversight that required an increase in the total allocated funding level, which has now been corrected. The second capital supplemental, in the amount of $115,075, relates to emergency works to repair central air conditioning units at two government buildings, namely the Government Administration Building and Global House. Mr. Chair, I now move to Head 82, Works and Engineering. Under current expenditure, a supplementary provision of $6,038,876 is required to account for fuel supply, equipment maintenance, and asphalt production. Mr. Chair, what does this mean in practical terms? As honorable members are aware, the department's quarry section maintains much of the government's land-based vehicle and heavy equipment fleet. While these assets are owned centrally, they are often operated by other departments. For example, the Department of Sport and Recreation and the Department of Health make continuous use of vehicles owned by Works and Engineering. When these vehicles require fuel, they refuel at quarry-managed sites. When servicing is needed, it is carried out by department mechanics. If vehicles are damaged, they are returned to the quarry for repair. Historically, these services were recovered through a recharge mechanism whereby the operating department reimbursed the Department of Works and Engineering. However, this practice has not been consistently occurring within the current financial framework. A similar arrangement exists for asphalt production, where the quarry section is responsible for production while the highways section is responsible for paving. As a result, costs that would previously have been distributed across departments have instead been absorbed entirely within Head 82 for this financial year. Mr. Chair, to be clear, this is not the result of any fault. This is not the result of any fault by any government entity or individual. Rather, it reflects limitations in an older system of recording operational costs, which is being modernized. Importantly, this does not represent an increase in overall government spending. It is, in fact, the reallocation of operational expenses between departments at the end of the fiscal year. The ministry continues to work closely with the Ministry of Finance to modernize these processes and improve the accuracy and transparency of cost allocation going forward. Mr. Chair, a further supplementary provision of $400,000 is required under current expenditure for Head 82. This relates to a technical audit adjustment associated with the unwinding of capital lease liabilities rather than new expenditure. Mr. Chair, I now turn to the request for a capital expenditure supplemental in the amount of $337,709 in support of the Water and Sewage Capital Maintenance Program. During the 23-24 financial year, the department identified a significant leak in Prospect Water Reservoir 1, a critical asset that holds millions of gallons of potable water for public use. Emergency repair works were initiated immediately to contain the issue and maintain system integrity. During this period, the department was required to procure water from the private sector to ensure the continued and uninterrupted delivery of essential services to the public.
Minister, could I just pause you for a moment? We were only dealing with item 1. I don't mind dealing with the capital items as long as there's no objection. Does anyone objection to the minister deal with capital? No objection. Please continue. So we're now doing items 1 and 5. Yep. Are you also speaking to public lands and buildings at item 4?
Yes.
And you're not doing marine imports though?
No.
Okay. So we are now listening to the minister, who is taking under consideration items 1, which has already been addressed, and items 4 and 5 with no objection from the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'm on my last paragraph, so
sorry.
no problem. While the immediate repairs have been completed, more comprehensive refurbishment works are planned for this fiscal year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to supplementary estimate number 2 for financial year 2023-2024 in relation to item 1, heads 36, 81, 82, or items 4 or 5? I recognize the honourable member for 25.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and grateful to the minister for the explanations, especially with respect to the lack of the recharges happening at the appropriate times. Glad to hear that the system is being improved. Obviously, controlling and managing costs of departments is important. I know some of these departments might have a lot of fuel costs as they drive around. So perhaps some fintech could be applied to that. I don't know. We seem to be big on that. But I do have a material question about the insurance. I think we all understand about insurance is going up, but I am really struggling to understand why it has taken us 2 years to find out about this increased insurance premium. So I would love if the minister could talk about that. And in general, most of my concerns have to do with the long delays on some of these items. Thank you.
Thank you to MP DeCudo. Is there any other member who wishes to speak on items 1, 4, or 5?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I recognize the honourable member for constituency 12.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Yes. Just on number 1, Public Works Headquarters, under stock adjustments, and I know that this is always an ongoing challenge within the ministry, and we're talking about quite a bit of monies here. What I wanted to find out a little more about is how are we advancing as far as getting our workers and civil servants using more updated software. I recognize that in the past, when we were introducing new software to help them with stock adjustments and to be more accurate so we're not ordering wrong items, which was a big problem, people were still insisting on using Excel spreadsheets and the likes to do it. So how are we advancing when it comes to getting our people to order items and to make these stock adjustments come to an end, basically, so that we're much better at it, and it's not in the tune of what we got over, just slightly over stock adjustments and inventory usage, over $1 million here. Just a little more information about where we stand with updating and getting our people to use more updated systems to get us in a better place with stock.
Thank you, MP Kenneneer. Is there any other member who wishes to speak to items 1, 4, or 5? There being none, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the honorable members for their questions. In relation to the insurance costs raised by the member from C25, I will note that the reason, as the Minister of Finance alluded to earlier, you'll recall there was a period where we were doing insurance in several years at a time, and the decision was to transition to a more annual payment, and thus it caused an increase because we're no longer doing sort of 3 years of payments instead of doing annually. For the honorable member from C12, I will say that considerable effort is being made, particularly in terms of investment and the software to improve our inventory records. What is being referred to in this supplemental is, as a result of the transition, we found that there were some inventory that was extremely old and obsolete that just had to be in stock for some were in there for decades, if I'm being honest. And so the transition just simply allowed us to sort of correct our records and modify. But in the, you will note that in the 26-27 budget, it was alluded in terms of restructuring and improvements, that one of which is the inventory changes that we are making. And so the ministry is reviewing our internal processes right now, and certainly updates on the progress that we're making will be provided in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, honorable member, or honorable minister, rather. Does any other member wish to speak to items 1, 4, or 5? There being none, honorable minister, may I ask that you move?
Mr. Chair, I still.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't see you, MP Dakudo. Please, honorable member for constituency 25 has the floor.
Grateful for the minister's explanation about the insurance. I'm still struggling with the fact that it's taken over 2.5 years to find out about the $1 million insurance increase, given that, for example, last year we would have debated the budget with the actuals for this year already sorted out. And I'm trying to understand what the reason for that delay was. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Minister?
I will help. Sometimes it's audit, so things come up in audit. And
Honorable Minister, do you yield?
I yield to the
Premier. There we go. Thank you. Honorable Premier, you have the floor.
I was trying to stand up and answer the question. You know, I'm a minister too. When I thought you said minister, I thought you were talking to me.
Just thought I'd check. Matter of protocol. Honorable Premier, you have the floor, and Minister of Finance.
But that the answer is some of the times these things come up in audit, and that's the reason why sometimes it's late. So when audit comes, and we need to make sure the supplementary estimates match up to what comes back in audit.
Does any other member wish to speak to items 1, 4, or 5? I recognize the MP for constituency 25, MP Dakudo.
Well,
you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Premier and Minister of Finance. I'd love to know more about the issue that came up during audit around this $1 million of insurance premium. Would love to know, was it premium that was missed? Was it just in the wrong account? And so forth. So thank you for giving us that information, and I look forward to some more color on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak to items 1, 4, or 5? There being none, will a government minister kindly address the question posed? Thank you, Minister of Finance.
I'm quite certain that we don't have that information offhand, but the reality is that things come up during audit. That's just what it is. And that's the reason why we're bringing a supplementary estimate all this way, just to make sure that we match up with where the expense are where it is. Happy to see if that additional information can be sought and acquired. But I don't have that information right now. I'm explaining to you when we have these type of things, it is typically from an audit perspective. I'm uncertain if any technical officer is emailing, but I'm saying on the broader topic, this is the reason why these things come up.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Is there any other member who wishes to pose questions on items 1, 4, or 5? I recognize the MP for constituency
thank
25.
you, Mr. For the record, I find it highly unsatisfactory that we have $1 million supplemental and the Premier doesn't know the details. Thank you.
Thank you, MP. Is there any other member who...
I must correct.
Nope,
it is not the question that we do not know. We don't have that information off the top of the head. You're asking what led to the audit point. The minister gave the explanation of the things. You're asking a specific question, the audit point. Ministers aren't inside of audit meetings. That is the way it works. If you really want to find out what happens, call the Auditor General in front of the Public Accounts Committee. But we've also said, if you want, put forward, and we gave an undertaking that we'll try to get the answer. I would ask, Honorable Chair, if the opposition leader can control his members.
I think,
Mr. Chair,
excuse me, just for a minute. We're in committee, okay? We're in committee. Let's not, it's not general debate. Thank you, Honorable Minister, and your point has been made and is for the record. Are there any other members who wish to speak to items 1, 4, or 5? There being none, will one of the government ministers, I suppose it's you, Honorable Minister, please move that item 1, heads 36, 81, and 82 be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that item 1, heads 36, 81, and 82 be approved.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. It has been moved that item 1, heads 36, 81, and 82 be approved. Is there any objection to that motion? There being none, item 1, heads 36, 81, and 82 are hereby approved. Honorable Minister, would you like to move item 4?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that item 4, heads 36, 81, and 82 be approved.
No, I think it's item 4, head 65, is it?
Yes, 65.
Yes, thank you. It has been moved that item 4, head 65 be approved. Is there any objection to that motion? There being none, it be approved. Minister, if you could kindly move item 5, head 65 as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that item 4, head 64, sorry.
5.
Item 5, head 65 be approved as well.
It has been moved by the Honorable Minister that item 5, head 65 be approved. Is there any objection to that motion? There being none, item 5, head 65 is approved. We now move on to item 2, which I believe is for the Minister of National Security. Yes. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Afternoon to you. I move that item numbers head 7, 12, 45, and 25 be now taken under consideration.
Thank you, Minister. It has been moved that item 2, heads 7, 12, you moved it 45 and then 25, so I'll follow your lead.
20, well, yeah.
Be taken under consideration. Is there any objection to that motion? There being none, items 2, heads 7, 12, 45, and 25 do be taken under consideration. Minister, you have the floor.
And just as an FYI to you, Mr. Chair, the reason I put 45 before 25 is that 25 is corrections, and that's no longer under my ministry, so I'm going to do my current.
Are you going to deal with head 25 as well, nonetheless?
I will.
Thank
I
you.
will.
Grateful,
Yes,
Minister.
yes.
Please continue.
Okay. So head 7, the overspan is $1,165,566. Mr. Chair, that $68. I'm sorry. This overspan, Mr. Chair, is the condition of service section, which states all members of the Bermuda Police Service shall be entitled without payment to such medical advice and treatment. So to ensure that the premise of this article is met, GEHI pays all co-payments on behalf of police officers. So at the year end 2023-2024, the BPS received several outstanding invoices from GEHI related to coverage. GEHI had paid on behalf of the Bermuda Police Service in respect of co-pays for various police officers. So that is the result of that $1.1 million, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, head 12. The overspend can be linked to the card commission charges. No budget was provided in 23-24 for card commission charges, but actual expenditure was, I'm just jumping, Mr. Chair, $154,928. Moving right on to head 25. Head 20. I said head 45 first, and then I'll come back to 25.
Yes, fire services.
Okay.
Yep.
So the overspan for fire relates to staffing levels. The number of actual full-time equivalents was 140, which is significantly lower than the original estimate of 156 for the financial year 23-24. So the greatest impact was experienced within the operations division, which functioned with only 57 full-time equivalents below the original projection. Also, Mr. Chair, the East End Ambulance Service, the Bermuda Fire and Rescue Service runs a nightly ambulance service at the island's East End from 6 p.m. to 8 a.m., while the Bermuda Hospitals Board handles the daytime coverage. So due to limited resources and staff shortages, the Bermuda Fire and Rescue Service incurs overtime for 2 full-time EMTs each night, which equates to approximately $900,000 overtime for the year 2023-2024. Combined, approximately was incurred with $3,403,586 was incurred in overtime costs. Other factors that impacted overtime include vacation, sick leave, and firefighter overseas travel to complete mandatory revalidation training. Overseas consultants were engaged to work at the LFB at International Airport until Bermudians could be hired. An expenditure of $1,138,987 was incurred during the 2023-2024 financial year as a conclusion of this project. The BFRS hired and trained 23 Bermudians to replacing consultant firefighters at the LFB International Airport. 40 aircraft rescue firefighter travels overseas to complete mandatory revalidation training to comply with the Bermuda Civil Aviation Authority regulatory requirements to support operations at the LFB International Airport. This resulted in an expenditure of $170,685 above the approved estimate for the training of the Business Unit 55150. Other expenditure is attributed to contracted salary, ex gratia, and benefit awards negotiated with the unions. This concludes my explanation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any members who wish to speak on item number 2, heads 7, 12, 25, or 45? Yes, I recognize the Honourable Member Jerian Richardson, MP.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, having reviewed these estimates, they raise concerns, and I have several questions to put to the Minister, but I'll go through my concerns first. In Head 45, the largest national security item in the supplement is for fire services, seeking $4.3 million for overtime. And when I look back at the 2023-2024 budget book, it includes the 2022-23 revised estimate, total budget of the Bermuda Fire and Rescue Service at $17 million, and then it was reduced to $14.8 million. So the budgetary planning process led to someone projecting that they're going to spend significantly less money in the space of $3 million. So my question is, now that the government has returned for a $4.3 million increase that is in overtime, this looks like an area of workforce planning, an area where it's lacking. Similarly, Mr. Chair, on Head 25, we're looking at a request of 1.8 or 1.9 in overtime payments. Mm-hmm. And but we already saw an increase in the 2023-2024 budget estimates. So we were already raising how much we were budgeting, and then we're going back again sometime later and getting yet again more money, which again speaks to an issue with planning. The GEHI, I will simply put as a matter of a question, but my concern relates to the length of time for the copays to arrive into the house. And lastly, my concern around the credit card on Head 12, $154,928 for credit card commission. I'm not entirely sure what that would entail, given that it's not an emergency public safety issue, and yet it appears alongside them. So my questions to the Honourable Minister as it relates to the 2023-2024 Ministry of National Security supplements. First is why is more than 80% of the 2023-2024 national security supplemental overtime? Why is it overtime, and what does that say about our workforce planning? My second question is why was fire services budgeted at $14.8 million when the prior year revised estimate was $17 million? In other words, why did we reduce it, and then why are we now coming back looking for 4.3 more for the budget, specifically for overtime? And my third question is what are the main drivers of 1.9 or 1.8 million in the corrections overtime? And finally, Mr. Chair, which of these items was unforeseen? Because a lot of these look like they could have been anticipated. I will modify one of my questions to the Honorable Minister, who spoke to the original projection, or Head 45, about the East End ambulance and the requirement for 2 full-time EMTs overnight. If he can outline the nature of the relationship between the Bermuda Hospitals Board and Bermuda Fire and Rescue Service, because I'm not sure I'm understanding the logic in why BFRS is providing this when it's a hospitals board's issue. And would we not be anticipating getting compensated from their line item budgets instead of out of our budget? Thank you.
Thank you, MP Richardson. Are there any other members who wish to speak to item 2, heads 7, 12, 45, and 25? Yes, I recognize MP Cannoneer.
Yes, thank you. Just one question. Under Police 07, the GEHI claims, just curious, how long, considering the fact that we're talking 2023-24 budget, we're into 26-27 budget now, how long can a claim be outstanding? I don't know myself with GEHI, but how long can a claim be outstanding? And if there is a time, what is that time where, or cutoff date that you can then put a claim in after a few years?
Thank you. Are there any other members who wish to speak to item 2 and the heads thereunder? No, there being none. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will start with Mr. Cannoneer first. I don't have the answer as to how long a claim could be outstanding, but I will try to find that answer. Okay. Not just for you, but for us. I have no idea. Now, the GEHI payments to the honourable member from C23. His first question was the GEI payments also from head 7. I don't know how long it takes for them to get in-house, and I think that's just a processing issue, probably not by police, but between GEHI and police, so not sure on that. Now, the car payments are just processing payments that happen during the course of the credit and debit card transactions. So why they are with the operational portion, I'm not sure, but the overspend is just linked to car commission charges. There's not much else I could explain as to why they're together. Now the EMT situation down at the St. George's Fire Service is a partnership between BHB and the Bermuda Fire and Rescue Service. The Bermuda Fire and Rescue operates the ambulance from 8 p.m. in the evening until 6 a.m. in the morning, and BHB does the 6 a.m. to the 8 p.m. That partnership is a part of an MOU, and it's been operating like that for the last, I think, 5, 6, or maybe or longer years. And as a result, the BFRS addresses or takes care of and pays the hours from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. and from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. the BHB picks up their tab. And the corrections, the overtime in corrections, it comes down to a staff shortage. It's It's a uniform services issue that we have, that as much as we do recruitment 2, 3, maybe 4, I won't say 4 times a year, sometimes 2, maybe 3 times a year, we are still having difficulty getting the number of persons needed to operate not only corrections but other uniform services. So until we're able to solve that issue and getting the requisite number of employees needed, overtime is going to be a part of the equation.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any other members who wish to speak to item 2, heads 7, 12, 45, and 25? Yes, I see Honorable Member Jarian Richardson, constituency 23.
Yes, I thank the Honorable Minister for his explanations, and would reiterate why are we looking at that $17 million budgeting in 2022-23 and then 2023-24, where we see it reduced to $14 million, but now we're going to see that increase in 4.3. The minister, I believe, said that this is due to the recruiting issue, and we also see that in corrections as a recruiting issue. So if the honorable member could speak to, I think our obligations here, Mr. Chair, is to ensure that the money is well spent, that we're planning as much as possible and getting ahead of these problems. And these are problems. And as Kissinger said, an issue ignored is a crisis invited. So the question for us, I believe, is what are we doing to make sure this stops happening? Not so much why it happened now. And so I thank the Honorable Minister for his comments on what are we doing to get ahead of this so that we don't have this exact same scenario next year.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we all want to get to the bottom of this here, and all we can do is just keep trying, keep recruiting, and where we need to have overseas recruitment, we do. But this is a situation that is ongoing, and we just keep on recruiting, hopefully till we get to the point that we have the requisite numbers to help to keep Bermuda safe.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member have questions on item 2, heads 7, 12, 45, and 25? There being none, Honorable Minister, would you like to move item 2, heads 7, 12, 45, and 25? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that item numbers 2, heads 7, 12, 45, and 25 be approved.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. It has been moved that item 2, heads 7, 12, 45, and 25 be approved. Is there any objection to that motion? There being none, item 2, heads 7, 12, 45, and 25 are hereby approved. I think we have one last item 3, and is Minister Darrell behind you, Minister? I can't see. Yes, there he is. Minister Darrell, we have item 3. Would you like to move that item 3 be taken under consideration?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that item number 3, head number 65, now be taken under consideration.
Thank you, Minister. It's been moved that item 3, head 65, now be taken under consideration. Is there any objection to that motion? There being none, Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, honorable members of this House will be aware that the Department of Marine and Port Services, through the Works and Engineering section, undertook infrastructure improvements at Hunter's Wharf to support the efficient operation of the ferry service. 2 piles were installed to provide lay-by berthings for ferries so vessels would not need to thrust into the dock while waiting between scheduled services. In addition to the replacement of winches, controls, and cables for the Rockaway bow loading facility. The project had a TAF of $250,000, and a total final expenditure was $265,668. This represents an overspend of $15,668, as explained below. This project recorded an overspend of $7,381 in 23-24 and $8,287 in 24-25, representing approximately 3% of the total project's cost in each year. The variance was due to minor, unanticipated technical adjustments that were required to successfully and safely complete the project. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Is there any member who wishes to speak to item 3? Item 3, head 65, rather. There being none, Minister, would you like to move it be approved?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now move that item number 3, head number 65, be approved.
It has been moved that item 3, head 65, be approved. Is there any objection to that motion? There being none, agreed to. I think we have to break and approve it and then come back for the second. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't invite the.
Thank you. I didn't know we were done.
Yep.
My sincere apologies.
No, my apologies, Premier.
Mr. Chair, I move that supplementary estimate number 2 for financial year 2023-24 as printed be reported to the House.
It has been moved that supplementary estimate number 2 for financial year 2023-2024 be approved by the committee and reported to the House as printed. No objection. Agreed to.
Members, it has been agreed that supplementary estimate number 2 for financial year 2023-2024 be reported to the House as printed. And there are no objections to that, correct? Agreed to. That takes us to the third item of the day, which is consideration of the supplementary estimate number 2 for financial year 2024-2025. I call on the Minister of Finance and Premier.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Speaker. In accordance with Standing Order 43.4 and 43.5, I move that supplementary estimate number 2 for financial year be approved and the House resolve itself into Committee of Supply to consider such.
It has been moved that we resolve into Committee of Supply to consider the supplementary estimate number 2 for financial year 2024-2025. Are there any objections? There are none. So moved. I call on the member from constituency 20 to assume the chair. Okay.
Honorable members, we are now in the Committee of Supply for consideration of supplementary estimate number 2 for financial years 2024-2025. I now call upon the Honorable Minister of Finance to present in relation to the supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Long time no see. All right, Mr. Chair, this schedule identifies 5 items totaling $20,446,148 to be included in the supplementary estimate number 2 for fiscal year 2024-25, made up of $17,022,625 on card account and $3,423,524 on capital account. Honorable members will note and respect the total supplementary estimate number 2 for fiscal year 2024-25 that the $20,446,148 are all a technical supplementary. A technical supplementary indicates requirement for additional funding can be met within the original appropriated estimates, however, cannot be transferred since they are appropriated within another ministry or capital account. Following the completion of the 2024-25 financial statements on December 9th, 2025, the final total current account spending for fiscal year 2024-25 was $1 billion, which was $14 million or 1.4% more than the original estimate of $992 million. Debt service and guarantee management costs were $129 million, which is approximately $1 million more than the original estimate of $128 million. Total revenues in fiscal year 2024-25 were $1.266 billion, or $33.3 million, 2.7% higher than the original budget of $1.232 billion.
Based on the above factors, the budget surplus was $29 million above the original budget surplus of $210,000, and this was the first budget surplus achieved in 21 years. Supplementary estimates for fiscal year 2024-25 are directly related to additional expenditures associated with Ministry of Education, negotiated pay award salaries for fiscal year 2024-25, Ministry of Public Works, merger of Bermuda Land Development Company and West End Development Corporation, which created the Bermuda Land Management Company, quarry transport product recharges, to the Ministry of National Security, Bermuda Regiments negotiated pay award salaries for fiscal year 2024-25 and Hurricane Ernesto embodiment, rent for Moresby House, Coast Guard maintenance, operational posts, police, GHI claims, recruitment activities, legal costs, customs, credit, debit card commissions, vehicle insurance, and acting pay. Additional overtime required within Police Department of Corrections and Customs due to staff shortages. Also, total capital account spending for fiscal year 2024-25 was $101.7 million, or $10.6 million, 9.5%, below the original budget of $112.3 million. On the capital account, the total of $3.4 million additional capital expenditures relate to ferry bow loading relocation, dangerous walls and rock cuts, and water sewage capital maintenance at the Tynes Bay Waste Energy Facility. In respect of capital expenditures, savings from existing capital projects have been identified. However, technical supplementary is required to increase each overspent total authorized figure in 2024-25. Honored members will recall that the criteria for determining debatable supplementary estimates requires all item on current account to be debated if the total current account spend of a ministry shows an increase of greater than 10% or $250,000 when compared to the original estimates, and all capital items are debatable. Applying the criteria I have just described, all items on the current account and capital account are debatable, and I'll therefore move the approval of the following items: current account 1 through 3, which are all debatable, and capital account 4 through 5, which are all debatable.
I thank the Honorable Minister of Finance for his presentation to this Honorable House. There are 5 items in this supplementary estimate to be considered. I hereby call on the Minister in charge of item 1 to proceed. And I recognize the Honorable Junior Minister, MP Lister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that item number 1, Head 17, be now taken under consideration.
Thank you, Junior Minister. It has been moved that item number 1, Head 17, be taken under consideration. Is there any objection to that motion? There being none, item 1, Head 17 is now taken under consideration. Please proceed, Minister.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I rise to inform members of this Honorable House of Supplementary Estimate Number 2 for the Department of Education, Head 17, for fiscal year 2024-25. The requested supplementary estimate is $277,764. Honorable members may recall that in March 2025, the government announced salary increases for public officers across 6 union partners representing 7 bargaining units. The salary negotiation process resulted in agreements that recognize the valuable contributions of public officers and address salary pressures associated with the increased cost of living. The negotiated uplifts were finalized near the end of the 2024-2025 fiscal year and included increases from members of the Bermuda Public Services Union, the Bermuda Industrial Union, and the Bermuda Union of Teachers. While the salary uplifts applied to the 2024-2025 fiscal year, the payments themselves were processed during fiscal year 2025-26. In accordance with the standard public accounting practices, these expenditures must be recorded in the fiscal year to which they apply, namely 2024-25. Accordingly, these funds were used to support salary uplifts for principals, teachers, counselors, paraprofessionals, and other staff essential to the delivery of educational services and school operations across the public school system. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any members who wish to speak to item 1, Head 17? There being none, Minister, would you like to move the head for approval?
Mr. Chair, I move that item number 1, head 17, be approved.
It has been moved that item 1, head 17, be approved. Are there any objections to that motion? There being none, approved.
Thank you.
I now call upon the minister in charge of item number 2 to proceed, and it's Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, I ask that I be able to move items 2, 4, and 5, heads 36, 82, 65, and 82 all at once.
Yes, so it has been proposed by the Honorable Minister that we deal with item 2, heads 36, 82, and items 4, head 65, item 5, head 65, all at once. Is there any objection to that motion? There being none, Minister, please proceed.
Mr. Chair, I think there's just a bit of a correction.
Right.
Item 5, I believe it is head 82.
All right, on my sheet, it says
I know
65, but you're correcting that to 82.
Correct.
Thank you very much for the correction, Minister. Duly noted. Any objection to that correction? There being none, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as detailed in supplementary estimate number 2 for the financial year 24-25, the Ministry of Public Works and Environment seeks approval for supplementary provisions under current expenditure totaling $7,568,181 and under capital expenditure totaling $3,423,524. Mr. Chair, as with my earlier presentation, I will address each department in turn, outlining first the current expenditure adjustments, followed by the capital expenditure adjustments. Mr. Chair, I begin with the Ministry of Headquarters, Head 36. Under current expenditure, 2 adjustments are required. The primary adjustment relates to the establishment of the Bermuda Land Management Corporation. Honorable members will recall the merger of 2 government quangos, the West End Development Corporation and the Bermuda Land Development Company. This supplemental arises from a $4.7 million accounting adjustment associated with the government's investment in BLDC. Previously, these shares were held by the Minister of Public Works. Following the merger of the BLDC and WEDCO, the investment structure changed and the shares were transferred to BLMC, the newly formed entity. This required a one-time accounting adjustment to reflect the revised ownership. While presented as an overrun, it is important to emphasize that this does not represent new expenditure, but rather a technical accounting entry. Mr. Chair, there are no capital supplements required under this head. And so I now turn to the Department of Marine and Ports. And if I beg your indulgence, I am speaking on behalf of the Minister responsible for Marine and Ports,
yes,
as Public Works was responsible for the management of said project. Mr. Chair, there is 1 capital supplemental required for this department in the amount of $15,668. This relates to the relocation of the Department of Marine and Ports ferry maintenance facility to a centralized location in Dockyard, a project managed by the Department of Public Lands and Buildings. The adjustment reflects increases in material costs encountered during construction. Mr. Chair, I now move to Head 82,
yes,
Works and Engineering. Under current expenditure, a supplementary provision of $2,868,181 is required to account for fuel supply, equipment, maintenance, and asphalt production. As outlined in my previous presentation, the government quarry maintains the majority of the government's land-based vehicle fleet. While these assets are currently maintained, they are operated by various departments. At present, the department does not consistently recover costs through a recharge mechanism for the maintenance services it provides to those user departments. The same applies to the production of asphalt. As a result, these costs are absorbed within the ministry. Mr. Chair, to be clear, this is not the result of any failure on the part of a government entity or individual. Rather, it reflects legacy practices in how operational costs have been recorded, alongside ongoing changes in accounting procedures. Importantly, This does not result in additional costs to government overall. It is, in effect, a reallocation of operational expenses between departments at year end. Mr. Chair, as noted previously, the ministry continues to work closely with the Ministry of Finance to address this matter. Mr. Chair, I now turn to capital expenditure. A supplemental provision of $2,428,844 is requested for dangerous walls and rock cuts, and a supplemental provision of $979,012 is requested for the water and sewage capital maintenance program. Both of these are the result of an administrative oversight between the ministry and the Ministry of Finance, which required an increase in the total allocated funding level, which has now been corrected. To be clear, this is not new spend. Rather, the TAF level not being increased appropriately during the 24-25 fiscal budgetary process. Again, this has been corrected as noted in the 26-27 budget book. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any members who wish to speak to items 2, 4, and 5? There being none, Minister, would you like to move that item 2, heads 36 and 82 be approved?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that item number 2, head 36 and 82 be approved.
It has been moved that item 2, heads 36 and 82 be approved. Is there any objection to that motion? There being none, item 2, heads 36 and 82 are approved. Minister, item 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that item number 4, head number 65 be approved.
It has been moved that item 4, head 65 be approved. Is there any objection to that motion? There being none, item 4, head 65 is approved. Minister, item 5, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that item number 5, head number 82 be approved.
It has been moved that item number 5, head number 82, as corrected, be approved. Is there any objection to that motion? There is no objection to that motion. Approved. May I now call upon, I'm sorry, yes, thank you. Thank you, Minister. May I call upon the Minister responsible for item 3, please? The Minister of National Security, Minister Weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You have the floor.
I move that item 3, heads 6, 7, 12, 25, and 45 be now taken under consideration.
You've changed up the order on me.
I did.
It has been moved that item 3, heads 6, 7, 12, 25, and 45 be taken under consideration. Is there any objection to that motion? There being none, item 3, heads 6, 7, 12, 25, and 45 are now taken under consideration. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The overspend for head 6. The overspend related to salaries increases for salary uplifts that were awarded, Hurricane Ernesto embodiment, and retroactive pay. Also, Mr. Chair, the overspend related to rental costs for Moresby House for the Coast Guard, and overspend related to additional Coast Guard costs for repairs, maintenance, fuel, and other expenses. The overtime related for the salary uplifts in Hurricane Ernesto and retroactive pay was $452,975. Overspend related to the rental costs was $142,857, and the overspend related to additional Coast Guard costs for repairs, maintenance, fuel, and other expenses was $155,734. Mr. Chair, the explanation of overspends for head 7. The conditions of to ensure that the premise of this article is met, and the article is all members of the Bermuda Police Service shall be entitled without payment to such medical advice and treatment. To ensure that the premise of this article is met, GEHI hang on, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
During the 2024-2025 financial year, it was paid out in January 2025. The Bermuda Police Association received retroactive increases for the years 2022, 2023, which was 2.25%, and 2023, 2024, which was also 2.25%. These awards resulted in increased costs for overtime. According to the payroll register dated the 31st of January 2025, the BPS paid an additional $449,000 in retroactive overtime. In addition, the overtime budget was underfunded by $1,278,942.26. Therefore, the total overspend in overtime amounted to $1,728,704.
Yes.
Yes?
Yep, I see that.
Okay, during the financial year, the BPS had several legal cases which resulted in an expenditure of $1,241,224 against a budgeted amount of $400,000. Thus, an overspend of $841,224 was incurred. The overspend was attributable to expenditure as follows. Case A, legal costs were $245,000. Case B, costs were $65,000. Case C, costs were $256,907.26. Case D, costs were $100,000, and Case E was $475,000. Also, Mr. Chair, during the year, the BPS was billed $918,476 by GEHI, again related to the above-noted recoverables. That expenditure resulted in an overspend of $575,000. So during the financial year, the BPS engaged in extensive recruiting activities also, resulting in an expenditure of $153,365 against a budget of $24,400. The result was an overspend of $128,965. Moving on to Head 12, Mr. Chair, Customs. Overspend of $546,745. The largest item in this, Mr. Chair, is the car commission of $339,000. Historically, Customs has not provided a budget for this expense line. It is not an expense that directly pertains to border control operations, but purely on the collection of revenue. So it is extremely difficult to predict and in practice beyond the control of Customs. Given that this expense directly correlates with the amount of revenue collected, it creates the situation where the more successful Customs is at collecting revenue, the more fees are incurred. Overtime was significantly underfunded for 2024-2025. The overspend for the period was $129,394. The other significant item for which we have not historically provided a budget is acting pay, which totals $68,000 for fiscal year 2024-2025. Moving on to
Head 25.
Head 25, Corrections. Corrections for the overspend for corrections in 2024-25 was all due to overtime expenditure. Overtime was for the period was generated as a result of the same factors as was the previous year. During 24-25, there were 6 inmates who were hospitalized. Their length of stay ranged from 2 to 27 days. Inmates who were placed on suicide observation require continuous one-on-one supervision, which generated unavoidable overtime. So during this fiscal year, there were 11 inmates on suicide observation, which each requiring 2 to 7 days of continuous observation. Moving on, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, to Head 45. Again, Mr. Chair, it comes down to overtime and staffing levels. And recruitment is ongoing. ongoing to try to get the requisite number of employees in the fire service. So that's my presentation for.
Thank you to Honorable Minister Michael Weeks, Minister of National Security, for his presentation on item 3, heads 6, 7, 12, 25, and 45. Are there any honorable members who wish to speak to those heads? Yes, I recognize Jarian Richardson, MP, for constituency 23.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, I almost promoted you there. I want to speak to the heads 7 and 25 and 45, but 12 as well. Along the item of overtime costs, the Honorable Minister has given a reasonable explanation as to what took place that incurred those expenses. But I think one of the problems we have with supplementary estimates, Mr. Chair, is it's a relatively dry topic, and it's difficult to ascertain what the actual impact of these numbers are. And what I can tell you as a former uniformed serviceman is when I see overtime, I get worried. Because overtime means that we don't have enough people on the ground in corrections, in fire, in EMT, in police. That means that you have tired uniformed officers, you have overworked uniformed officers, you have families broken up by overworked uniformed officers, you have missed family functions, and you have EMTs showing up who have just done so much overtime that it is very hard to keep going. So what I'm seeing right here is evidence not of a recruitment deficiency or a lack of work planning, but a lack of effectiveness. Right now, although the Honorable Finance Minister and Premier was able to speak to budget surplus, he's dancing on overworked and extremely tired uniformed servicemen. And we have in the opposition a member who was formerly of the Correction Service as well. And I can tell you that showing up to a call after working your tush off is a bad idea. So much so that on a double-crewed car one night about 3:30 on a certain road in Bermuda, there was a fight of some 50-odd people, and we got stuck in to save a lady to get her out of that fight. And our backup consisted of a single-crewed car from St. George's who had just finished an overtime shift. So this budget line item is dry. This topic is dry, but I can assure it is extremely wet with the sweat and blood of the uniformed services. And so this minister, I encourage him to continue on these recruitment efforts. And the next time we have this conversation, I will be a lot less polite about my expectations.
Thank you, MP Richardson. Is there any other member who wishes to speak to item 3, heads 6, 7, 12, 25, and 45?
2, 1, 3, 6.
There being none, I call upon the minister for item 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I take the comments of the honorable member from C23 to heart. But the effort that the uniformed services is putting in for recruitment, I can't say it enough. I mean, we are reaching out to the same pool of other uniformed services. They're all in the same pool. We now are considering, as I've said in this house before, after we exhaust the pool of Bermudians, we look to the spouse of Bermudians, we are looking to resident non-Bermudians, and then finally we look overseas. So trust me when I say that the uniformed services in every aspect are looking, because they understand what you have explained as a former uniformed service member, that it does get tiring, it does cause burnout and the like. This recruitment thing is one of the priorities in all my uniformed services, and I, like you, hope that next year, if I am the one standing here, that we talk a little less about the impact of overtime. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Michael Weeks. Are there any other members who wish to speak to item 3 and the heads thereunder? There being none, Minister, would you kindly move that your item and heads be approved?
Mr. Chair, I now move that item number 3, heads number 6, which is defense, head 7, which is police, 12 customs, 45 is fire, and 25 corrections be approved.
It has been moved that item 3, heads 6, 7, 12, 25, and 45 be approved. Is there any objection to that motion? No objection. Agreed to. Mr. Finance, I won't forget you this time. You're done.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I move that supplementary estimate number 2 for financial year 2024-25 be reported to the House as printed.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. It's been moved that supplementary estimate number 2 for financial year 2024-2025 be approved by the committee and reported to the House as printed. Is there any objection to that motion? No objection. Agreed to. Oh, it's out of buzz.
Okay, members, it has been reported to the House that supplementary estimate number 2 for financial year 2024-2025 be reported to the House as printed without objection. That no objections, right? No objections. Right. So that is indeed approved. I understand that for the orders of the day, these are the 3 items that were being considered. So I now move that we have the 3rd reading. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Speaker. Madam Acting Speaker, I move that Standing Order 21 be suspended to enable me to move the bill entitled the Public Service Superannuation Amendment Act 2026 be now read for the 3rd time by its title only.
It has been moved that the Public Service Superannuation Amendment Act be read by a 3rd time by its title only. Any objections? There are none. Continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Speaker. Madam Acting Speaker, I now move that the bill entitled the Public Service Superannuation Amendment Act 2026 be now read for a 3rd time by its title only and passed.
It has now been moved that the said bill be read by its title for a 3rd time and passed. Are there any objections? There are none. The bill is passed. I think that that's the only thing, because there's a supplementary estimates. Premier, go ahead.
Take it back.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Speaker. Madam Acting Speaker, I now move that this Honorable House to adjourn until the date of Friday, the 12th of July, June, Friday, the 12th of June, 2026, at 10 a.m.
It has been moved that the House do now recess until June the 12th, 10 a.m. Are there any persons who wish to speak to this motion? Oh, I recognize the member from constituency 23. Yes.
Thank you, Madam.
Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. I thank you for this opportunity to speak. I intend to pick up where I left off, and I will speak to this topic until everyone is bored of it, because the roads are still bad. and I'm this honorable House has to do something about it, because Madam Acting Speaker, since we spoke about this last in this honorable House, there has been 3 additional fatalities on the roads. And my understanding is a person passed away in the hospital from a road traffic accident in April. So 4 fatalities since we last spoke in this House about the state of the roads. And this House is the place where action must stem, because it is clear that this issue stretches across our community and across our systems. As we ferret and look for answers, we have fallen into the trap of oversimplification of a very tough and thorny issue. Whether we constantly are speaking to, we have education programs where we're basically just asking people to obey the law now. And just come out. We just come out right now and we go, well, please follow the law, I guess. So all of the campaigns are strange. I saw again the chief inspector, the retired chief inspector of roads policing, said again that the traffic collisions are now up to 6 to 12 a day. So I don't know if please and thank you is going to get this done. Madam Acting Speaker, I also noticed that we oversimplify the issue of why these road traffic accidents are happening. The going theory seems to be in the community that is either speed or drink driving. And I'll speak to the speed because last time we spoke about the speed cameras, and so much so that there was a point of order speaking to when these speed cameras will be deployed, and they're currently being tested and when they're going to be deployed. But Madam Acting Speaker, we've been talking about speed cameras since 2010, when the then Honorable Deputy Premier, Dr. Ewart Brown, directed the then Public Safety Minister, Randy Horton.
Speak to the chair, please.
Thank you. And that was as covered in the Royal Gazette. And I thank my colleagues for providing that information. So we've now been going on about this for quite some time, and we still don't have the speed cameras. But I would submit that if it was so simple that it was just speed, then we should have been on top of this. I think it's more than that. Let's talk about drunk driving, a part of our culture that is as unacceptable today as it has ever been. The simple fact of the matter is, Madam Speaker, that it is not unfamiliar for a lot of people to have more than a few drinks and take to the road. And our solution to that seems to be yet more of the same in terms of, please stop doing it. I will thank you if you do. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the most absurd laws I've ever seen is one where we tell the drunk drivers where we're going to be when we arrest them. I just find that impractical and ridiculous. And I'm sure that there is a very brilliant attorney somewhere in Bermuda who's going to explain to me why telling drunk drivers where we are is how we do it. But it is clear as day that we need to stop advertising our checkpoints. Our checkpoints are there to enforce the laws as they should be at that place and time that checkpoint is established. It does us no good if all of us are just simply figuring out where the checkpoint is and then just going around it and continuing to flagrantly break the law. Madam Acting Speaker, I also spoke last week to the ticketing system and how archaic it is, how long it takes not only for the individual officer to issue the summons, but further for them to put it into the computer system and for it to reach the courts via the DPP. As it stands right now, this is breaking the very basic principle of justice delayed is justice denied. The simple fact of the matter is we can't have and cannot afford, we literally just spoke about overtime for our police officers, we literally just spoke about overtime for our uniformed services, so we know they're overstretched, and yet what we give them is archaic solutions or archaic tools to fix a very modern problem. The fact of the matter is that they need to be able to issue these tickets very quickly and get the person before the courts. But that takes me to my next point, Madam Acting Speaker. Why are they going to court? If it's a low-level offense, our summons system currently requires them to attend plea court. And anyone who's been to plea court knows how long that takes and just how complicated that process is. The simple fact of the matter is that a simple speeding ticket should be effectively enforced as a matter of choice. You can elect to simply pay the fine and get it over with, thereby allowing more police officers to be on the streets, more tickets to be issued, and more people held accountable for the subpar and dangerous, reckless driving we're seeing. Madam Chair, I'm speaking to an issue where, again, we saw 4 deaths in 2 weeks. This is way out of control. It's not even vaguely reasonable now. We don't have that much road. How are we having this situation? And finally, second point, Madam Acting Speaker, is the coroner. We've already spoken about, and we're well aware that process is under consultation. But the fact of the matter is there isn't enough of them, and we're not finding out why. We're not finding out why people are dying on these roads. That is key, because how are we then going to develop the solutions to stop it from happening? Again, we go to the oversimplification. We go, oh, that one must have been speed. Oh, that one must have been drinking. But we don't know, and no one knows. And so the fact is that we can't deploy our resources to actually stop the issue that's getting everyone killed. Again, 4 fatalities. And finally, Madam Acting Speaker, there is an issue that can be dealt with by the Ministry of National Security, and I definitely encourage the Honorable Minister, and that is police statistics. If you look right now on the police website, you will see that that information is outdated as get out. You will see that the strategic plan for the Bermuda Police Service is outdated. You will see that a number of the documents, public-facing documents that tell us what is happening with the Bermuda Police Service and how they're going to stop these issues from happening is outdated. So we're making oversimplified decisions, we're making uninformed decisions, and we're still losing more and more people all the time now. 4 dead, 2 weeks. Time of talking is over. Time of decision-making and action is upon us. Otherwise, what on God's earth are we doing here, Madam Acting Speaker? I just gave you 5 solutions. I just gave you 5. I'd love to answer that. I'd love to. I've got 5 solutions. I just said them. I'm happy to say them again, Madam Acting Speaker.
You still have time left.
Sure, I will speak to. The solutions are 1, expedite the introduction of the speed cameras, remove the publication of drunk stops, publicizing drunk checkpoints, remove the ticketing system that requires a lengthy summonings process to be brought to court for the police service, improve the court processing, again, another matter, so that people can elect, once having a ticket, simply to pay the fine, thereby reducing time on task and all the bureaucracy around that. The 5th is finish the coroner consultation as a matter of expediency so that we start learning the information that what is actually causing these fatalities. And the last one is update all of the police statistics so we know what decisions are being made and what information is being used for that. That's 6 solutions, Madam Acting Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, member. Are there any other persons who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 11. Member, you have the floor.
Madam Speaker, I can't really fault the member who just sat down because none of us want to see our people dying on the roads. But to try to say the government can solve it is not totally correct. But anyway, moving on, Madam Speaker. I miss out condolences, so I want to just give some condolences, please, if possible. Mr. Elroy Eve.
To adjourn, and you can address any matter as long as you're not reflecting on a debate or something.
No, not reflecting on any debate. Mr. Elroy Eve of Green Acres, Devonshire. Ms. Janice Wright she lived in St. David's, but she's originally from Devonshire. Okay, associate with Ms. Janice Wright.
It's not doing condolences. So you
Ms. Nelda Dyer of Spanish Point, but she was one of those persons during the dark days of 2012 to 2017 who was at every protest. Her grandson mentioned that in the church today. And Mr. Raymond Beach of Devonshire. Associate everyone with that. Also, I want to give birthday greetings to a friend of mine who aggrieved me by not telling me they had a birthday. Honorable member from C30 had a birthday a couple days ago. Was it? C30. Yes. So you also can associate themselves with birthday greetings to the honorable member.
Hey, happy birthday.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, often you hear something that you never heard before and you're saying, what does that mean? I never heard that word before.
Which word is that?
I forgot one thing. I want to congratulate my colleague over here for winning Arsenal, finally winning the cup, and him finally becoming a father. So earlier today, I heard a word. I heard on this side, then I heard this side repeated. So I said, well, okay, it must be a real word because if they're both saying it must be a word. And I was wondering how to spell it because, phonics and ebonics, something sounds, black people, they say things how they sound it, but that's not how it's spelled, right? So I said, let me look up that word. And the word was contrarian. First I thought it was C, then it was C-O-N-T, right? And then I had to look up the definition of contrarian. is a noun. Contrarian, or contrarians plural, a person who likes or tends to express contradictory viewpoints, especially from one held by a majority of people, usually because of nonconformity or spite. Contrarians. So earlier today we heard a lot of contrarian comments, right? So I just want to address a few things. I don't know if this is reflecting on the debate, but I'm speaking as on behalf.
That you talk to the chair.
I'm speaking on behalf as wearing my hat as the BAC chair, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
4 years ago, the then Honorable Member Campbell became tourism minister, and there was a void left at BHC, and I became the chair. So I've seen a lot of stuff over the last few years. Most of all by seeing the list of Bermudians wanting needing houses growing and growing. So we have put, over the years, we've put a lot of things in train. We've looked at different methodologies of how to build houses, height, different places. You know, we have to think outside the box because to house a few thousand Bermudians, we can't do it the same way. So earlier last year, when the Ministry of Housing was formed, a task group was put together comprising BHC, BLMC, and the Ministry of Housing and some other ministries, Ministry of Seniors example, right? So for every Friday, we have met and going over plans. We've researched things. We've went out to different vendors. And over the last few months, we finalized our plans. And in tandem, the Ministry of Housing has put together an affordable housing strategy. So I say that to say that earlier today, the Honorable Minister Zane Silva made somewhat of an announcement. And I was expecting a lot of robust questions on the technical parts of that announcement, but that didn't come about. But we get to that in a minute. Yes. But Madam Speaker, what I want to say to the people of Bermuda is that when persons say, oh, finally you're taking our advice, I think that's a reach because, as I said, for 4 years I've been there. So I know what we have gone through and how we have evolved. So it smacks of sort of political opportunism for anyone, to try to say, when we're doing something, oh, they're finally taking our advice. Some things just make common sense. So I'm not saying that their advice was wrong, but to say that we're only doing it because of them, it's incorrect. You all did nothing, so please be quiet. Contrarians, once again.
Please.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we've reached out to multiple vendors across the country, across the world, and we narrowed it down for the first 2 phases. We've narrowed it down to one vendor from Virginia, one vendor from Barbados. And within the next 18 months, because the earlier question was asked, when will it be completed? Well, we have these things called planning rules. Anyone knows about that? Planning rules. We have to comply with planning rules. We don't get any breaks because we're government. We have to comply with planning rules. We have to comply with health rules. We have to comply with fire and safety rules. Most of all, we have to comply with logic. We have to ensure that the ground that we're going to be building these things can sustain the weight if we have to put down piles. So there is a phase that we are going to be going through, and when we start clearing ground, there will be people saying, why are you cutting down the Mexican pepper trees? Because we want to house our people. Madam Speaker, So roughly about $120 million will be spent, guaranteed by the government, loaned by local banks. And we will create over 200 units, some in your constituency that will house seniors, some in Southampton, some way up in Dockyard. We're spreading it out. We're not concentrating it all in one area. But that's just the first phase. In order to satisfy what we need for a growing population, right? We have to grow our population, but we cannot do it without adequate housing. We're going to need to build more and spend more. And we can, when we bring these things to the House, it'll be interesting to see the opposition come with actual technical questions rather than little nitpicking sort of questions. Right? Madam Speaker, I'm wearing my BAC chair hat one more time here. BAC has a staff of over 50 people, and they hire local contractors to do building, renovations, and maintenance. So when I heard today someone attempt to make the claim that we don't have a proper maintenance program, I'm very aggrieved that someone would take that sort of turn to fellow Bermudians that are out there every day, that you get a call, oh, this breaks down. Every week, every month, we get property maintenance reports. We spend hundreds, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars a year on maintenance of BAC properties. So I would implore those who, instead of just trying to make up a parliamentary question, ask the questions to the people who actually know.
Point of order, Madam Acting Speaker.
Your point of order.
Is this on?
It's on right now.
Thank you. With the greatest respect to the member, he's certainly impugning improper motive. My colleague's questions were quite thoughtful and quite properly put to the minister in question, who unfortunately was not able to answer them nearly as well as this other member, which that perhaps is a question the cabinet should discuss with that minister, why he can't answer the questions.
Thank you, member. Continue.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to close with this. Every day I go on Facebook or I get a call, there are people, our people, right? All of us people dying to get a house to rent. The private sector, someone alluded to, will we get subsidies to the private sector so they can build houses? They're not building affordable houses. So why should we take taxpayer money to give them to build unaffordable houses? Right? This government, and in the future, if there's a change of government, they must continue building for these people. When our people are going to be faced with $2,000 for a studio apartment, that's what the going rate is right now, Madam Speaker. So I would implore persons that, yes, you want to score political points, but let's not do it with a subject that is very hurtful to people, because when we have to sit there and listen to the fact that we are, as a group, doing what we can to provide housing, and then we're going to hear these nitpicking sort of questions, almost accusatory, it's not good. So I would implore this government and maybe future government to just keep that in focus. Housing is as crucial as the topic that the other person spoke about, people dying on the roads. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 31.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This week, there was a very unfortunate situation that happened at Penhurst Park with a woman walking 3 dogs. She was carrying one, walking 2, and the dogs were attacked by loose German shepherds, who then moved through the area and kind of traumatized other people as well. They've now been taken into custody, the dogs. These things, they do happen, but every time they do, I think we have to, thank goodness that the situation isn't worse than it already is. but it has been over a year and a half, maybe close to 2, since the Bermuda Canine Advisory Committee had finished, apparently, its report to update the regulations. And it was a year ago that my colleague, MP Robin Tucker, asked what the outcome of that had been. And at the time, we were told that it was being reviewed. We were also told that the government had put into place, or the Department of Environmental and Natural Resources had put into place an online dog register program, which they hoped was going to bring forth more registrations. But that doesn't solve the problem. The problem actually really needs to have a complete review of where we are with respect to enforcement, dog laws, compensation for people who get hurt, the definition of prohibited breeds, restrictive breeds, fees, fines, and just basically the whole regulation. I know it's a difficult situation, but before somebody gets killed, it's really important that we get on top of that. And we'd just like to see the discussion come forward. We'd like to see the recommendations that the Canine Advisory Committee has put forward, and we would like to see just some priority given to this before somebody does get seriously hurt. And I know, in my constituency, I hear from my constituents about concerns that they have about dogs roaming around the neighborhood. Some they say are prohibited breeds, and that nothing's being done about that. I don't know whether the relevance of that or not, but certainly, and then my other question is, in the budget explanatory statements, it basically said that 25% of the dogs are licensed, and that's about 25%. So it's 2,600 dogs is 25% of the dogs that are registered, which means 75% are not. But my question is, how do we know how many dogs are not registered if they're not registered and we don't have any data attached to them? So I think it's an important problem and an important issue, and I think the public deserves to see things come forward that will help protect them, and a better understanding of what is the situation, what's going to be prohibited, what's going to be restricted, what does that mean, and when there are accidents like this or tragedies like this, and do recognize that when people see something like this or experience something like this on a walk in the park, it takes them many, many years, if ever, to get over. It's a very traumatic situation. So whatever we can do to help resolve that, I think we certainly need to get some better definition and really make the looking at the recommendations and considering them a priority. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 30. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I appreciate that. And thank you to the member for the birthday wishes. They are well received. Today, I rise on a very serious topic to me, and I want to preface my comments by saying, because I know we have some educators in the room, and I would like to thank the educators and former educators for their contribution to our society. I would not be standing here in this honorable house had it not been for the intervention of teachers in my life. I had to face the sting of being suspended. I had to face a lot of disciplinary actions in order to get me on the right track. Working with my mother and my family members, the teachers intervened in my life, and I was able to take a different path. So it is very disheartening for me to see that Bermuda Union of Teachers has expressed its lack of support for teachers and how they feel when conducting their duties and teaching and educating the future of our island. My big concern is that there has been a lack of discussion in this honorable house when it comes to reassuring parents, when it comes to reassuring teachers and the public that what has been printed is being remedied, and giving constant updates on the situation that has developed within teaching. So,
point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Point of order.
The honorable member perhaps inadvertently is misleading the House. The reason why this cannot be discussed in depth is because of privacy matters relating to a child and HR matters relating to the situation. So these are matters that are being dealt with within the relevant areas, and that's why there has not been discussion about that. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member. And let me just caution, when it does come to HR matters and like under disciplinary action, that is not for public debate, and it's not necessarily something that should come before our chambers for consideration. That is certainly dealing with people in their private capacity, and so we need to be careful. And I understand the dismay that you may feel, but we have to be very cautious when talking about issues like that.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and that's why I made sure not to reference any specific situation. I kept it to the comments made by the Bermuda Union of Teachers, and I'm speaking in support of educators, not specifically towards any specific thing that may be still under investigation. But I appreciate the member's intervention. It's good to make sure that we adhere to privacy. We discussed in this chamber, housing and road fatalities and all manners of things that are plaguing Bermudians. And one of the main things that continues to come up on the doorstep is that everybody says, nobody cares. There's no respect. There's no this, there's no that. And I continue to hear that as I canvass, that people just don't care. When we talk about road fatalities, when we talk about crime, there is a lack of respect for consequences. And that's why I agree that obviously you cannot legislate your way out of poor behavior. But what I will say is that we cannot, as leaders, send the wrong message to the community that we do not respect consequences, that we do not respect discipline when handed down by folks on the ground. And this is a general take of what we are apparently, what teachers are experiencing from their point of view. I'm not going to say whether or not the whatever investigation or whatever is happening with a certain case, but from their point of view, they are coming to the community and asking for support. They are coming to the community and saying that their disciplinary abilities are being impeded, that there's a broad response across our education system to this particular issue. And so I rise today because had it not been for a teacher taking the time out to see something in me, I wouldn't be standing here. And so I feel I must pay that back and stand up and lend my support to teachers and what they deal with on the front line. They are having to be counselors. They are having to be parents. They are having to be all manners of things before even getting to teaching and educating our children. And as a parent, that is concerning. It concerns me that we may have a system where teachers don't feel comfortable to discipline children, that don't feel comfortable to conduct their daily duties with fear of an override or fear of something coming down from above them, and even mentioning people and parents and students going around the principals and teachers to the ministry. And I feel that this is totally unacceptable. It's just not how it should be done. You must empower the folks who are on the ground dealing with the children 24/7 and dealing with the students 24/7. If not, what you run the risk of is removing the fear of consequence, which I think most in this chamber come from a generation where consequences were dealt out a lot more harshly and a lot more frequently than they are today. So I just want to caution us, because I don't want to get I don't want to get emotional, but it is such a difference that can be made in a student's life when they experience well-placed discipline and consequences for their actions. There can be monumentous change in a person's trajectory when they begin to care about oneself their future and believe that there are prospects for them in the future. And we cannot rob students of that lesson that life and your actions come with consequences. We cannot allow what we already see, where folks get behind the wheel and don't have a lot of regard for what consequences may happen by drinking and driving, or the fact that we have people able to pick up weapons and harm one another who they could be related to on such a small island because of, lack of fear of consequence and the feeling of having very little prospect within their future, and care for oneself. And that starts at a young age. So what I am rising here today is to call on a universal rule to be followed that regardless, take the One Bermuda Alliance out of it, take the PLP out of it, a universal rule that must be followed is that we must support our teachers. We must support the early intervention of our students. And this is not to say that teachers don't deserve scrutiny and that teachers don't deserve to also be held accountable to whatever job they are providing. But at the end of the day, this is our future. These students are going to be the next us. They are going to take over leadership. We cannot allow our society to shy away from correcting poor behavior or giving people consequences for doing something that is wrong. We cannot give people a way out to get around suffering for the things that they have done, because that defies a fundamental truth of life. When you go into the workplace, when you enter the public domain, you must have understanding that your actions can have consequences. And so I understand that it's a very touchy issue, and I don't want to cast aspersions one way or the other. But it is undeniable that our teachers, our students, and parents are feeling very shaken by the fallout of what is happening throughout our system, where we are having potential demonstrations and various things. So I just want to please call upon the government and the opposition. I won't even make it partisan, that we all try our best to ensure that we support discipline, rule of law, and consequences for action, and that we stand up and say that we support teachers and that they have our support to do their job to the best of their ability, but also allow them to know that should they need to be held to account, yes, we will do that too, because consequences go both ways. But in this situation, we cannot, as a developed country, have our union speaking into the press, saying they're not being heard, saying that they're not being listened to, that they're not being supported, and expect to just go about our day with silence from that particular minister. And
So here, we're not going to make things personal.
No.
Because there are rules and regulations that govern how things can take, and legal measures that must be considered in the carrying out of our duties. And so I would just say, when you say with that particular minister, now you're personalizing everything, and I'm not going to accept that, especially when even ministers, and some of your colleagues can tell you, have rules and regulations that they must abide as well.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, I will retract that. I will take leave of your ruling there. So I'll finish with this. I could have been in a totally different situation. I could have been a totally different person. I had anger issues and things that I was dealing with that teachers took the time to work with me on. They took the time to work through those things with me, and I am honored to have had those levels of educators in my life who were supported by my mother when I needed to be disciplined, and it was carried out in a way that changed my life. And I want that for all students, because sometimes love can be tough, and sometimes you need tough love, right? It's not always about being sweet. Sometimes I have to draw a line with you, draw a boundary with you. And so I support our teachers. I hope that the situation within our education system is remedied and tackled, and that they feel supported in doing their daily duties. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Are there any other persons who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 33. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm not going to spend much time on this because it is a very, very difficult issue. But I think one thing I think we must reinforce, under the Education Act, there are rules governing the operation of the minister, and particularly of holding those below accountable. So on the one hand, you cannot say discipline, discipline, discipline. On the other hand, you cannot say there must be oversight. And I understand what the member was trying to do, but this is a difficult situation. It's a difficult situation to thread the needle on because it involves a child and an HR matter. And so until that matter is resolved, we all will have to reserve judgment to a certain extent. And I do think that, in all relationships with all our unions, we're a labor party. My grandfather was a president of Bermuda Union of Teachers. So the connection with labor, however it strains, it must be strengthened, restored, and the lines of communication is done. So there's no argument there. But I didn't rise specifically to speak on that, but I want to speak a little bit about how the Westminster system is, and our way we choose to perform within it, is hindering our progress. Because the nature of the Westminster system is us versus them. For those of us who served in the previous chamber, some of the gray hairs here, the distance between the government and opposition is the measurement of two swords. You are placed in confrontation with each other to face each other. The nature of the Westminster system encourages oppositions, past, present, and perhaps future, to hope for government failures, to spring on government failures, to exploit government failures. And it necessitates the attacking of people instead of attacking of problems. And so we have an environment where the problems become murky because of the nature of the way that we have been taught by our colonizers to approach these problems. And so I know we're going to be talking about constitutional reform at some point, and I will not anticipate that discussion or debate, but part of it definitely should be looking at how we can Bermudianize our structure to minimize the cultural conflicts that are inherent in the one we've inherited from our colonizers. And I've witnessed it on many, many occasions where issues that should be united and we should be trying to tackle the root causes of become points of exploitation. And I will not point fingers at anybody in particular. We have all who have served in opposition know what we mean. But there is a new wave and a new thought across the world that the old ways of doing politics aren't working. You are seeing oppositions around the world being rejected for not being able to present themselves as better than those they seek to replace. And so there comes a point where we have to actually know, and let's be clear, this culture of conflict doesn't just stop here. It continues out into the community. Because we all know the listenership goes up when we're fighting. We know that if one of us goes up here and throws a bit of stick about, you walk around the community, people are like, yes, hit them, keep hitting them. And when it comes to education, when it comes to shooting, when it comes to deaths on our road, when it comes to all of these issues, housing, we are still locked into attacking the people, the personalities, the organizations. We're not attacking the problem. And I'm not one of those people who says, oh, well, the way we carry on here, it affects people's behavior. I'm a son of a politician. I have two sons. And I can assure you there ain't too many people in this country looking for us an example of how to conduct themselves anyway. But let's be clear. As we go forward, there are people who are a little bit less interested in hearing criticisms for criticism's sake. They're less interested in hearing attack for attack's sake. They're less interested in the abuse of a system that we inherited, and we really should figure out how we can work around it. So there are lots of ways we can approach this, but I think that as we approach towards the constitutional reform, I will hope the members will collectively start looking at this system that we have inherited and bring forward ideas into how we can improve it to make it more collaborative as a culture, because the structure is not. It is not inherent to what we are as a people, and it enables and encourages and promotes unnecessary division where there should be greater collaboration. And as I said, I've been a minister, so I know. I have not always collaborated as much as I should have. I have not always listened as much as I should have. But I've also had members who no longer in this chamber were sent the exit, who we met with and we told them the facts, and they came to Parliament and acted like they didn't know what we were talking about. We had people who came and didn't read the bills and attacked on points that the bill wasn't even trying to make. And so there's no government, nobody in this chamber is immune from criticism, legitimate criticism. None of us should be willing to throw out any good ideas from a good place. But what we must do is elevate the debate and focus more on attacking the problems than looking for ways to attack each other. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member. And before I ask if anybody else wishes to speak, it's been remiss of me to not recognize the Senator, Misha Fabler, sitting in the gallery. Welcome, Senator. Yes. Are there any other members who wish to speak? I recognize the member from Constituency 7. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. I want to center my comments today, I guess, following on from my colleague, MP Robinson. Part of who we are, I mean, we've just come off of the Bermuda Day holiday. We've talked, there's been a lot about culture and part of our culture and things. And one of the things that for me is hugely important to remember is that for people that are my age, 60, and those that are, I guess, not too far behind, or I should say forward, a little younger, will have been brought up in a certain culture in Bermuda. There were certain expectations. There was a certain level of respect. There was a respect for elders, for self, for teachers, and the like. And somehow, at some point, some of that respect has dwindled. So when we look at, or at least when I look at, some of the things that's happening within our community, and we keep asking, well, why are we here? How is this happening? Why are we seeing this type of disrespect? Why are people fighting, and why the young people in particular, not just young people, I want to add, but we've lost a lot of respect that we had for each other and for ourselves. So what I would like to do with my few minutes is just to take a few minutes to remind ourselves about what is at the foundation of our culture, and that is respect. And I don't know, I mean, I've had my fair share of being kicked out of classes in high school, and I'm sure that there are other people in this room that have. I've also had my fair share of entering rooms, and as a child, and adults have been in there, and my granny or whoever else would look at me like there is definitely, you have lost yourself because you haven't opened your mouth and said good afternoon, good evening, good night, auntie, uncle, Mr., Mrs. There is something very important about that, and I want to take this opportunity to remind us of where we've come from. Because sometimes I look and I don't recognize where we are. We take on a lot of things from other places. And I think that we discount in a lot of ways who we actually are as fundamentally Bermudian. That might seem to be the greetings and standing up on the bus when an adult gets on the bus and all those types of things, not talking back in the classroom. Seem to be, on the face of it, to some might be small things, but they feed into the very thing that MP Robinson talked about, and that is accountability. We have to be able to build resilience and restore accountability in our children and in ourselves, but it has to start with us. We can't hold children and each other to a standard that we're not prepared to hold ourselves to. Once upon a time, if we were doing something, because we often use this overused phrase about the village. We used to be a real village. We used to look out for each other. If somebody was doing something, I have a memory of doing something, and before there were cell phones and all that type of stuff, and Lord knows I'm not trying to go back in the day, I'm just trying to remind us of the principles that we all would have grown up on. Once upon a time, we would have done something, said something that we ought not to have said, treated somebody in a way we ought not to have. And before there were cell phones, Mama, Granny, Grandpa, whoever knew long before we got home what happened. And we had to give an account for what we did or go back and apologize or make it right. What we need to do in this country, in my opinion, is to remember where we've come from. We have to remember those principles that were instilled in us. Because yes, we want to advance. Yes, we want to do things differently. We want to go with the times and whatnot. And that's all good. We have to continue to evolve as people. But what we also have to do is remember the principles that got us here in the first place. Because some of those things are timeless. If we maintained accountability with each other, then when our children are going wrong, then it would be a lot easier for us to be able to say, Johnny, you know your mama wouldn't want you to do that. And if mama was keeping accountability on Johnny, Johnny would not be disrespectful to Miss Smith, who's just trying to look out for him so that he is able to grow up in an environment where he's not going to end up doing a whole lot of crazy stuff. Every child that I know tries to do crazy stuff, but the children that and me included, that have grown up with those guardrails, we went so far, but we knew that we couldn't go any farther. I believe as Bermudians, we are not too far gone, but we will be over that cliff if we don't pull some of these things back now. And we often talk about the accountability. We talk about we need to legislate, and we do. We talk about, yes, we're going to get the Parental Responsibility Act, which when it comes, it's probably going to be useful. But what we don't talk about is what's happening at home. Nobody wants to talk about that, because the issue, at the core of the issue, for most of the issues that we have, is starting from our houses. And we have to stop acting like it's not. We keep talking, sometimes we act like it's everybody else. It's the school, it's the teachers, it's the police, it's the this, it's the that, it's the other. No, let's start talking about parents, what are you doing? Guardians, what are you doing? Because some of us are holding anger that we take out on our children, and our children respond, and then we're wondering what's going on. We see that there are sometimes things that are happening with us. We have our own generational traumas. Every last person in this room, listening in this island, has had some trauma along the way. We have to talk about it and face it and deal with it, because our next generations depend on it. We have allowed this mess that is happening right now, and we only have ourselves to hold accountable for it. So we are not too far gone. We can fix it if we have an appetite to fix it, but we have to start calling it what it is. This stuff that we are seeing is happening. It's stemming from our households, and it is stemming from our lack of engagement and doing and carrying forward those very principles that I talked about earlier. We are at a crisis point right now. We're seeing all the things that we all know about. We're seeing murders, we're seeing fights, we're seeing people stealing stuff. How in the world can someone, I saw a clip, this was a while ago, of an issue that had happened, and somebody had a fight was fighting to try to keep that chain because somebody wanted to. How in the world could you have adults, a grown man sitting around looking and watching and not saying a word? How, Madam Acting Speaker? And then what we'll do is we'll go over on the side, we'll go to our parties and our picnics and all that kind of stuff. And then what we will do is say, oh, let me show you the video. And you were sitting right there and didn't even intervene. I saw the video of the little girl that was on the bus. And she was having a meltdown for whatever reason. Some adult was taunting her, children in the back taunting her and laughing, and adults were on the bus, and nobody had the decency to help that little girl and say something. The bus driver didn't say anything. From the clip I saw, I will add that, I didn't see the clip I saw, that adults on that bus didn't say a word. That is part of our issue, Madam Acting Speaker. At one point, we all used to get involved. I still do. And my husband has told me before, because I don't let no children walk by me and don't open their mouth when they're walking past my house. And he's told me that one of these days, one of these children is going to cuss you out. And I'm good with that because I will deal with that too. It may not be in that moment, but I will deal with that eventually if they are disrespectful. Because I'm going to do my part. I don't allow it in my house with my children, my grandchildren, the whole night. My children grew up with a look. And guess what? Today, they are responsible adults, and they're raising responsible children. So it happens everywhere. But it will the bad stuff will continue to happen, Madam Acting Speaker, if we don't get off our behinds and get involved. If we don't start to say, look, I'm going to check me. What am I doing? There are tons of resources available. The Ministry of Youth, Social Development and Seniors are doing a lot of work to make things available to people. But you got to go get it. But first, you got to want it. But you can't want it and then keep saying why this is happening and why that's happening, and you're not even having the courtesy and the care to be able to correct young people when you see them going wrong. We have a responsibility. We talk about culture. That's part of our culture. And it's part of our culture that we cannot afford to lose, because already, Madam Acting Speaker, I am already turning around, and I'm sure that some of you will be looking around too and saying, this is not the Bermuda I grew up in. And it's not. It can be better. But we have to each individually do our part to make sure that we can make it better for the future generations. If we're talking about young people taking over, I honestly, with some of the young people, there are some, let me just qualify, there are some young people that are doing some amazing work, that are doing some amazing things in this country. But it seems as though there is a pocket that isn't. So let's go get them. Let's fix it. We're 22 miles and arguably 60,000 people. We're a small town on a world stage. It's no reason why we cannot fix some of these issues that we're dealing with, especially in circumstances where we have already had a model. But we have to take our blinders off and be willing to face ourselves. It's like taking off all your clothes and standing in the mirror and say, I love what I see. If we're talking about how much we love each other, we talk about how, I'm got you, all this other kind of stuff. If I'm got you, I'm going to say the things that sometimes is going to be hard for you to understand. Hard for you to accept, rather, is what I meant. But I say it because I care about you. And I want you to be able to do better. We have to be able to make some adjustments. Our families, our parents, our guardians, us. If you have an influence on a child, if you have an influence on an adult, don't support the bad behavior, and worst of all, don't ignore the bad behavior. Address it. Address it. Speak up. Let people know it is inappropriate for you to do this, that, and the other. It's inappropriate for you to see somebody that you know that's got mental health challenges and you talk about them and you laugh and all that kind of crazy stuff. Let's start being the adults in the room. Let's start taking accountability for our households, our families. Some of our families, Madam Acting Speaker, are sick. Some of us are carrying stuff that we ought not be carrying, but we'll continue to carry them unless we get help for it. So I will end with this. My prayer, my hope, I am begging people, please stop telling me every time I talk to somebody about something that's happening in the country that's bad, and I hear and I read comments sometimes, and they would say it. It's sad. Yeah, it's sad. But what we're going to do about it? It's an overused word. We have within our ability to be able to do something about it. So I pray, and I beg that we start to do something. How do you do? First of all, look in the mirror. Then look at those that are in your circle of influence. Leave your circle of concern outside. Deal with your circle of influence. Who do you have influence on? And then start there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Are there any other persons who wish to speak? I recognize a member from constituency 2. Member, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. Madam Acting Speaker, the Home Affairs Minister came to St. George recently, dressed in red, with good intentions. She was in the West, and I didn't ask her what color did she wear there, but I certainly hope it was blue and blue.
She was clearly at war.
I appreciated the fact that she's had town hall meetings to discuss and cause discussion to take place about Caricom. I've listened to comments made and the like, and I think in a more sober way, the conversation needs to continue. Needs to continue for another 200 years, not without us doing things to be closer like we're going to do to the Caribbean, but recognizing for as long as we've been here, we've been disconnected. I asked a question of the minister and I on this subject, and there was something absent when the minister came to St. George. I believe a lot of people are trying to draw the government into an intellectual conversation about Caricom. I witnessed Bermuda Day, the last few Bermuda Days, as one participating in the parade. Unable to see this year all of those who participate in the parade because that sun sort of wore me out a little bit. But I was able to see a Bermuda from a different lens because I wasn't dancing, I was sitting, observing, acknowledging, appreciating, and drinking a little bit of water and maybe a libation or two as you paraded through. You saw Bermuda families. You saw Andersons on Front Street. You saw Andersons from St. George's near the flagpole. You would see Andersons from White Hill further along Front Street. You would see Lambs and Fogos up on Court Street. You would see Gilberts across the street. You would see Ascentos sitting in different places on Cedar Avenue. You would see visitors in great numbers and dispersed sitting in restaurants. You would see persons enthralled in Bermuda. You would see Gombe troops of differing colors, different from what it was in the early 1980s when the Bermuda Day celebration replaced the Easter parade, which had its racial connotations attached to it, and the very staunch and real connections to a colonial bygone era that in some ways still lingers on. I say that in the context that it's easy for us to always see the glass as half empty, but my training in life and my station in life and as a coach of people, I've been trained in my profession to appreciate the importance of knowing a glass as half full. And knowing that if you dwell in the land of negativity, it's as contagious as the cold. If you dwell in the land of trying to figure out what is wrong, it'll prevent you from growing what needs to be done in doing it right. I'm one who teaches fundamentals, appreciates that doing things fundamentally means that you need to repeat simple, correct things repeatedly. So whether or not it be in education, whether or not it be delving in the area of restoration of some of the minds that might be going astray in Bermuda, it's in getting back to some fundamental things. It'd be easy for us to keep finding the flavor of the month each week or every 2 weeks when we come and harping on them. But as I went through that parade, I saw what makes me hopeful and what makes me appreciative of Bermuda Day. I remember Bermuda Day. The minister had the opportunity of canceling a Bermuda Day not too long ago. And since my years of being connected to politics since 1983 when I first ran, and the years of being in youth parliament, I would say very confidently that every minister who would have served, going back to Lenny Swan in the 70s, going back to all the ministers, would have made the call, and that year Bermuda Day would have been canceled. But a young minister doing his first probably year as a minister in what he says is the most important holiday for him, I would say that it's probably the second best, because I listened to him the other day talk of how Cleveland's winning is more important to him than anything else. So I know that's more important, but I say this, that tongue-in-cheek, but I say this, that the reason why that holiday is so important to that young minister, he probably was very light when the decision was made to have a Bermuda Day in the first place. He's a teacher by trade and a historian, so he would appreciate the reasons why. But he, like another minister who I passed along the trail, have families that have sat in the same places every year. Families. You know, the heartbeat of a community, the heartbeat of culture is families. That's the key common denominator. You know, when someone says, "Who's your people?" I tell them, my grandfather was John Anderson. They said, "The John Anderson from Hug Bay Level?" I says, "No, the John Anderson from Salt Kettle." Oh, yes. Our families occupied Tucker's Town, occupied where the princess is today, occupy places where folks were displaced. It's my family, and it's not too dissimilar from many families. So when you hear the minister talk about families who are of Bermuda origin, who are of high economic pedigree from ages with generational wealth, those families will have found it easy to be in the Bahamas, in Turks and Caicos, in places in the Caribbean. Bermudians wouldn't find it so easy because our mindset was taught to us to hate each other. If you're really looking for why you got a lot of black on black crime, you need to go back to the origins of how, people in Bermuda were taught to look down on our very cousins in St. Kitts and in the islands. And you all know it to be true. I'm blessed to have been brought up in a sport like golf that took me around the world and put me in places like Jamaica. I just want to say happy 80th birthday to Bev Russell, my family in Jamaica, entrepreneurs down there. Had the honor of being with them recently. Our connections are so significant, and they're not so dissimilar to those of my families from the United Kingdom or my adopted families of the Azores. Because I tell people, I've said this to the minister responsible for Home Affairs as well. What we must do in the Caribbean for Caricom, we must also do with the Azores for my Azorean cousins. Those connections I have seen with the Azores flight and how Bermudians are discovering similarities and opportunities in a land that they can't afford. Even persons who earn homes in Bermuda, who are land rich and cash poor. We need to explore the opportunities of a kindred spirit. Not too long ago, I celebrated the growth I've seen in Freemasonry in Bermuda with the peppercorn ceremony, the cultural connections. I speak of it because I know it. I've been involved in it. I've been ridiculed for being so. But because so, I'm Lord enough to appreciate when I see good things cultivate from times when people look down on you for standing out. And I know what it's like to walk places all alone as a black man, all alone, 1 in 550, and not want to be 20th, aspiring to be number 1, and done so in the least likely of places. I say that to say this, that as you see the peppercorn ceremony become a tourism cultural thing that we can build upon, as I've seen Bermuda Day grow because a minister loves that part of culture because it's been brought up in it, I see growth in our country. And I'm encouraging the opposition today as one who has been a trained person in opposition. Trained. Studied the best opposition in the world, the PLP. Yes, I did. So it's only fitting that I feel very comfortable where I sit. Because I respected Al Frederick Wade. I respected C. Eugene Cox. I respected, and she was my good friend, Dame Louise Brown Evans. So much so that as opposition leader, I sat in her house when I had a problem with a school and the way they were treating just when the ombudsman's office just came into being. And she told me a story about when her child went to Mount St. Agnes and how they treated her because her godmother was Dr. Barbara Bull. And she said to me, she says, that situation's not too similar. Let me show you how I had to deal with it. My husband had when his child came up in Catholicism, like my wife and the like. So, these things are not too dissimilar. I'm saying that to say that it's easy, as my good friend Maxwell says, it's easy to tickle them up. But sometimes you gotta be responsible. Sometimes you just have to have the courage enough to tell even your supporters, that doesn't serve the better interest of this country. Sometimes you got to look at persons who you know, when it comes to their best interest, would make the total opposite decision that they're pushing you towards based on maybe $1 and a cent. I've lived long enough and lived in Europe and plied my trade. Been escorted at gunpoint out of Faro Airport back to London and driven to the Portuguese embassy as a 22-year-old to know that Britain was once part of the European Union. And a vote that my daughter participated in took Britain away and took them right back. I've seen in Britain today where the National Party that's growing rise is very xenophobic. I wouldn't want that for my country either. I wouldn't want that for my country. Not by what I saw in Bermuda Day Parade. I was very proud to be Bermudian. And let me say this, right? One of the reasons why I keep reminding folk, right, that on the Boris Hall side, my families were Higginbottoms from St. George's, okay? And they weren't black. My family were Borises from Sinky Bay. Not Sinky Bay, over the other side of the bay, Jews Bay. Where my granny had a house on the hill where they compulsory acquired. My grandfather was an Anderson from Soul Cattle, John Anderson, father Peter Herbert Anderson, the same offspring is sitting right in front of me there, Joshay Adams and many others. Okay? My great-grandmother was Harriet Babes Rattery, the granddaughter of Charles Roach Rattery. The granddaughter was my great-grandmother. I'm here to say, right, that we need to leverage our natural relationships, especially in family, in order to be able to understand why our families are fighting amongst ourselves. You think if Britain really cared about us, they would have had a national commission on what's going on in all this killing of our own people. They're too worried about themselves right now. They can't decide whether or not they want to help Ukraine or what they're going to do in the Middle East. They can't figure out why they're not with Europe or how long they're going to stay by themselves. Listen, one thing we've been since the 1600s is able to figure out what's best in the interests of Bermuda. Right? And I feel, having watched that Bermuda Day Parade, loving the fact that the new generation of Bermudians, because we all came from somewhere, the Filipino community, not deterred the fact that they are going to celebrate their culture and embrace ours at the same time. And one thing I'll say about them, they study the community they're in, and they're respectful toward us. Mr. Swan, how are you, and the like. And we need to, and I know the minister responsible for labor encourages this type of thing, educating people that come from overseas about Bermuda and Bermuda's culture. We need to do more of that too, as we repatriate some Bermudians. It's come to the fact now that I know Bermudian students, like my daughter and her friends that went to soldiers and the like. Some of them are doctors over in the UK, and she's still working on her designation, taking her exams for solicitors exams and the like. They get together and fly kites. And other Bermudians around the world do that. That's part of who we are. People love Bermuda. As we sell Bermuda, I'm encouraging us to leverage Bermudians overseas to help sell Bermuda. Take some of that money, none of it necessarily has to go to the Telegraph. It evaporates once it's going in print. You can invest in Bermudians around the world, in Canada, in the United States, in the Caribbean, in the Azores, in England, in Wales, in Scotland, in Ireland, in Italy, where we have connections with people and do things Finally, as I wrap up, let me just say this. I want to commend Culture Department, the minister, and also the director for the work that they've done. But as I mentioned on Congrats, I want to say thank you to those forefathers like Ms. Ruth Thomas that made it possible for us to have people feeling necessary to ride their classical bikes throughout Bermuda. For the day now that Lorraine Rest Home would put their seniors to make sure that they can see what's going on and enjoy. Project Action for making sure that we took the time to honor someone that no one realized helped us behind the scenes, Ciola Will. St. David's Island and Native community for being there. Cedar Bridge Academy, Mr. Dean Fogo for what they were able to do with their float. Somebody said to me, do you think we need to bring back the Easter Parade? I says, no, we can have a category to encourage more floral pageants. But, maybe we'll find some more flowers, but maybe we can encourage some folks to do some more creative things. But the beautiful part about Bermuda Day was that it galvanized families. You heard people would make fun about somebody putting a tape down to be somewhere. Beckons to me of why my family always had cop match at Cathedral Rocks. There was a time when places where people go to swim wasn't so restrictive as it is today. As you fly in, you'll see Bermuda dotted with white roofs. Let us protect the open spaces that we have left to make sure that all Bermudians and our visitors can enjoy this beautiful island and some of its beauty for decades to come. But let us not forget how important it is. We'll never get back to 200 to 300 years lost of not being connected with our community, but we can certainly go forward with our Caribbean, Azorian, and the rest of the world that connected to Bermuda in a more meaningful way. It's time for this whole country and leadership to get on board with that. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 25. Member, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Acting Speaker, and a pleasant early evening to you. I've got two topics I want to cover today. The first is insurance. We've recently heard that the local company All Shores is going to receive a $21 million tax credit paid for from the taxpayers' money. Now, I understand why this has to happen. I understand this complicated situation relating to the OECD and the CIT and the ABCs and the you-know-me's. I'm not even talking about that. The government obviously understands that situation. The government could have easily foreseen this situation happening and should have, because it was well foreseen, and put in place mechanisms to make sure the people of Bermuda who are paying ever-increasing insurance premiums receive the benefits of those tax credits in the way that those who pay Belco bills, because Belco is going to get a tax credit, will receive the benefits of those tax credits because of the way the Belco rates are regulated by the regulatory authority. So I'm going to give a free idea here to the government, which we brought up in our reply to the budget, is that the local insurers should be regulated. Now, Madam Acting Speaker, we in the OBA are not big fans of regulation and red tape, but there are circumstances when it is appropriate. All Shores, big company, market dominance, a major cost for a lot of Bermudians, receiving millions of dollars of taxpayer money, and, Madam Acting Speaker, it is common in many jurisdictions that insurers for personal lines, that means, you and me paying our house insurance, car insurance, what have you, are regulated. They can't just change their premiums whenever they feel like it. They have to apply to the regulator, and the regulator will look at it and say, is this fair? Is it reasonable? Are all the appropriate things taken into account for? So we're going to give this idea in a spirit of constructive collaboration to the government And I hope that the Premier Minister of Finance, I hope that the Minister of Health, and I hope that the Minister for Home Affairs can get their heads together and figure out how to take some action on this so that this frankly ridiculous situation can be resolved for the people of Bermuda. So let me put that there. And I've talked about that in public, but I want to get that on the record here because it's important. And it may not be simple, but it has to be done. Now, Madam Acting Speaker, as you know, we recently had a visit from King Charles. I don't remember which one he is, second or third. And I think Bermuda showed itself very well. I think he had a great visit here. He went around, he met a lot of children, artists, sports persons, and I think that was very appropriate. And by all accounts, he was served well by his visit, and so were we. And he came here right after he went to the United States. And by all accounts, that visit went very well for him. And he made what was a well-reported speech to the U.S. Congress there. And if you don't mind, may I quote a few phrases from the speech, Madam Acting Speaker. He was referring to the Magna Carta, and he was talking about how it's a sort of shared document that underlies the United Kingdom's political and constitutional system and how many aspects of America, the United States of America's system, have also sprung from that well, and indeed, obviously, us here in Bermuda. So as he said, the Magna Carta is the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances. And then he went on to say, our common ideals were not only crucial for liberty and equality, they were also the foundation of our shared prosperity, the rule of law, the certainty of stable and accessible rules, an independent judiciary resolving disputes and delivering impartial justice. These features created the conditions for centuries of unmatched economic growth in our two countries. And Madam Acting Speaker, you know, one of the values of Bermuda as a jurisdiction for business, but also for people to come and visit, is in fact things like our rule of law, the safety, people can feel confident that they understand how things will go, things like that. So I want to keep talking about the rule of law. We had today tabled by the Premier the 2025-2026 Premier staff reports. I'm not even going to say I'm grateful to him because it was required by law, so he produced them. And we were discussing the supplementals, and one of the things that came up is...
Point of order.
Your point of order.
The Premier and Minister of Finance does not produce these reports. These reports are produced by the Public Service. I table them as a representative. I know the honourable member wants to personalize things, but I would be grateful if you could advise him, Madam Acting Speaker, around those things.
Yes.
Madam Acting Speaker, no, in fact, Madam Acting Speaker, I do not accept it because the legislation states the Premier shall table. That is his responsibility.
That wasn't my comment. That who produces them, the civil service produces them for tabling.
Yes, the Premier shall table them. Now,
yes.
I like to think, Madam Acting Speaker, if I was the minister and I was required by law to produce something, I would make sure all the relevant things I, as a minister, was accountable for by law to this Parliament and the people of Bermuda would be done. And if they weren't done, I certainly would not pass the buck, Madam Acting Speaker. I can't speak for others, but I know how I would behave with accountability, and I know what the people of Bermuda expect from accountability from their leaders. Now, we also talked about the supplementals today, and we understood, you know, sometimes things happen, things come late, and we appreciate civil service is busy, the Premier is busy, Minister so-and-so is busy. Sometimes things get missed. Now, it came to my attention in December that we were missing these reports required by law for the Premier to table, as stated by the legislation. And I said, you know, let me do the respectful collegial thing. And I sent him an email, private, personal email. Hey, Minister, Premier, so forth. Hey, look forward to you producing these in due time. Okay? December. And, you know, we had to have a little more back and forth. And then, as you know, right before we broke for the spring, we had the last two but one were produced. And then we had today's. So here we are, June 1 on Monday, Premier was notified of, let's call it perhaps must be an oversight, back in December, and we don't have reports for 3 years in the middle. And again, like I said, Madam Acting Speaker, I appreciate things can fall through the cracks. But in April, I emailed the Premier to assist him with this memo. I know he's very busy, and as you know, Madam Acting Speaker, one of the things that we hold for here on the One Bermuda Alliance is perhaps the role of Minister in Finance and the role of Premier should be separated, because they are big jobs, and they need the full dedication so that things don't fall through the cracks. Now, if you don't mind, I might like to quote from my email with your leave and the Premier's response to my email.
Yes.
Yes. Shadow Minister, we will endeavor to table the recurrent report by May. I will give no commitment on old reports. And the resources required to produce those matters are, in my judgment, better used to advance throne speech initiatives, etc. Now, let me ask you, Madam Acting Speaker, rhetorically, of course.
Yes, because I wouldn't answer.
Would you require a commitment or a non-commitment from someone to execute his duties as laid out by the law of the land? No. Would you imagine that the leader of the country or a minister or any government official would exercise discretion as to which laws they might or might not follow, especially when respectfully reminded and given ample time to rectify, no doubt, inadvertent mistakes? I remind this House that the government wanted to pass a law to criminalize doctors for failing to submit data returns on time. Right? Now, obviously, that didn't pass because that was ridiculous. And this House did pass a law to provide penalties, criminal penalties, for people in very stressful situations who go up into financial assistance and have human behavior. Right? Because no one goes up to financial assistance because things are going really well for them. So what are the penalties when a senior government official blatantly chooses not to follow the law? And I would tell you, what do you think the person on the street who's being asked to pay their social insurance on time, to pay their traffic fines, who tries to put up a 3-foot fence and has to take it down because they don't have the planning permission? So what kind of example is this? And we heard a lot today from some other people in this House about examples and leadership and accountability. And frankly, I'm very disappointed. And I would bet that most people would not think that the government could exercise discretion willy-nilly as to what laws. Now, we could have a discussion about, is it reasonable for those reports to be happening? That's a different discussion. And if the government wants to change that law, we could have that discussion. But they haven't. You can't just pick and choose, right? That's what we talk about when we talk about accountability. And frankly, I put it on the government front bench and the back bench to ask yourself, because, frankly, their leader currently is a lame duck. So that's a fact. That's what you call a leader who's on the way out. Doesn't make you a bad person. It's just a reflection of the reality of the situation. And so I would ask the people in the government benches as they look to whoever their next leader might be, is this how you want to go? Do you want to pick and choose which laws you choose to abide or not abide? I had a senior member of government say to you, Dakudo, why do you care so much? Some of that information is already in the public domain. I said, surely, so-and-so, you're not implying that the government doesn't need to follow the law, because I'm sure that's not what they realized they were saying, right? And why do I care? A lot of people care. They want to know who's getting paid by the government. Who are the ministers hiring? What are they doing? That's why this government passed that law that it hasn't even followed. So I would say to this government, do your job, follow the laws. If they're not working, we can have that discussion, but you don't get to pick and choose. That's accountability, and that's setting a good example. So I look forward to the Premier bringing to this House those 3 reports that are missing. I appreciate they're a little bit back in time, but perhaps I could cede 3 of the next 7 minutes. He can do a quick whip round with some of his ministers and say, hey, Minister so-and-so, Who'd you hire in those 3 years? Maybe call Colonel Birch. Maybe he had somebody. Call somebody in the Senate. Maybe they had somebody. I can maybe help him make those calls if he's too busy. So with that, Madam Acting Speaker, I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members who wish to speak? There being no other, I recognize the Premier.
Madam Acting Speaker, there's been a lot of contributions this evening, and I know that the Deputy Premier did want to speak, but he's not here, so I wish everyone a wonderful time, and we'll see everyone in 2 weeks. Good night.
Oh, okay. The House had already ended. Okay. See you on June the 12th, Mass.